In a world full of noise, there is a quiet hum. The hum of people looking at the big stuff in great detail. At the University of Waikato, we're proud of our researchers tackling the big stuff head-on, together. Because together we are mighty and our mahi goes far. Together we can see possibility in a world that is gasping, grasping and demanding action now. Together we can find calm in the chaos, to recalibrate and challenge everything we thought we knew, to dig deep and find solutions that will stick, to help us build a fairer world, a cleaner planet, and keep us tracking towards the goals that really matter with an open mind to new perspectives. So here's to the big thinkers and their brave, quiet work, building a tomorrow full of hope.
Morena, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the New Zealand Economic Forum. It's great to see so many of you back so early. If you can please take your seats and we will get started for the day. I first want to acknowledge that we have a new sponsor for day 2 and just a shout out to Craig's investment partners and of course our media partners, The Post, with many thanks for your support. Without that, this would not be happening today, so thank you for that. And I'm going to do a very quick wrap-up of the day, and then actually, I'm keen to hear from some of you very quickly before I welcome Ian Rennie to the stage. We started the day yesterday with a pretty bleak vision. The news cycle, I think, is both terrifying and tedious. It feels like we're out of control slightly. It's a very volatile world, and for a small economy like New Zealand, understanding this world isn't optional, it's about survival. And today, of course, we will talk about trade, security, we'll talk about what could the next big shock be, we'll look at education, we'll look at a whole bunch of things that we can add on to the conversations yesterday. And for me, the big takeouts, and I think the 2 hard news things, I don't know whether the journalists in the room agree, but did you notice that Barbara Edmonds, the only coalition partner that she actually mentioned was New Zealand First? Just saying, it's quite interesting. And that there will be, obviously Labour will be announcing a fiscal plan after the budget. That was the 2 things I picked up. But yeah, for me it was, the theme of the day was certainty. We need certainty about certain things. We need agreement across the House. But we also don't want that at the expense of a contest of ideas where we're working out what is the best way forward. And so what I thought I'd do is get off the stage, and because you're a room full of very influential people, and I'm just going to randomly ask a few. I'm walking very purposely randomly to Anne Tolley, who I've given a heads up to. There you are. What was your feeling about yesterday?
Well, as usual, it's always really interesting, and you do get a wide and diverse range of views. I think I went away last night thinking, I wonder what the discussion would have been like if we'd had that AI demonstration at the start of the day, and some of the discussion that we had might have been slightly different. But, interesting to hear productivity. I mean, even when I was, back in the days when I was in Cabinet, we were talking about New Zealand's low productivity. We really haven't found the answer to that.
Yeah, volume to value.
That's right, yep. And the other thing is, of course, the desire always for the 2 major parties to get much more, many more policies that they agree on, really key foundation
and we
policies
heard a few,
for New Zealand. We did hear. And most people don't understand that most of the legislation that goes through Parliament is supported by both sides. But some of those key foundation ones that will give particularly business some certainty are still, as we saw from yesterday, we're miles apart.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, I did think that political stability in an unstable world was a good theme for us. It's something for New Zealand to be positive about. I'm now walking accidentally on purpose to Brad, who I've also given a heads up. Brad.
I thought it was interesting, the two words that kept popping up yesterday were productivity but also uncertainty. And so there's a lot of, I think, concerns out there. Heard a lot of people in conversations who said, let's not pick any of the one single good ideas that were talked about yesterday, let's do them all. Let's just sort of give it a crack on all of them. But that's probably the challenge and something that I'm looking and thinking about myself for day two a bit more is, how do we take all of this and do something with it? There's a lot of very smart people in the room. There's probably not as many government officials or ministers listening to the good ideas, noting that Ian is speaking soon, so hopefully you can take that back to everyone from a government point of view. But how do we take this forward? How do we take all the good ideas and do something? Because with all due respect on superannuation, I'm pretty sure that I will retire before superannuation has changed, despite all of the time we spend on it. So the challenge there is, let's do something with all the good hot air that we're producing and go forth.
Yeah, that's not good for the rest of us who'll be dead if you're waiting that long. Yeah, and just last, and Luke, I haven't given you, get off your phone, I haven't given you any warning whatsoever. Do you have any views about how yesterday went, or quick summary?
Not especially. Terrific day. An awful lot to take away and think about, particularly while covering news in the halls of power over the coming months, and with the entire country having to make a decision who the next government is. So I think there's an awful lot to sort of put in the hopper, mull over, have a think about, and challenge various politicians and ministers when we're talking to them and asking them questions.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I think that's prioritisation. You can't do everything, so what are we going to do first? There was a lot of agreement, I thought, on Barbara Edmonds very clearly on PPPs. There was agreement that superannuation needs to be a priority, dealing with that impending bill coming down the road. So it's now my great pleasure to welcome Ian Rennie to the stage, of course, Secretary and Chief Executive of New Zealand Treasury. Before that, Ian was, of course, leading the public sector as our State Services Commission. He was recognised for his contribution to New Zealand with a Companion of the New Zealand Order of Merit back in 2017. Ian, you began your life at Treasury, I feel like this is your life. I began your life at Treasury in 1986, I think, so you're basically a lifer. And I came across this quote last night from former Prime Minister Harold Wilson, who said, no matter which party is in government, Treasury is always in charge. Welcome to the stage, Ian.
With all due respect to Harold Wilson, he was wrong. Well, firstly, can I acknowledge the University of Waikato and thank you for the opportunity to come today. Like some speakers yesterday, I'd also like to acknowledge the passing of Jim Bolger, who obviously had a strong connection to this place, and I had the privilege of working with Jim for 18 months when he was Leader of the Opposition, and then in his first term as Prime Minister. And I learnt much from Jim about this country, about good public policy, about the importance of courage of leadership around difficult policy issues. I'd also like to acknowledge other ministers who I've worked with, the Honourable Anne Tolley, the Honourable David Parker, the Honourable Stephen Joyce, other distinguished guests, and other colleagues from my organisation. Last year at this conference, I discussed the need for New Zealand to bend two curves, to increase the long-term economic growth path and decrease our public debt trajectory. Since we last spoke, there have been some significant changes in our economic environment. It's pleasing to see that following a lengthy monetary policy-induced slowdown, New Zealand's economy is turning a corner and is in the early stages of recovery. But internationally, the story is more complex. And when I think about the international situation, I'm reminded of the movie The Wizard of Oz. And I'm reminded of the scene when Dorothy talks to her dog Toto when they arrive in Oz and says, "Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore." And then I think illustrates the extent of change we're seeing in the global environment. Over the past year, the shift from the rules-based multilateral order to great power competition has become more pronounced. The global boom in AI-related investment has strengthened, and concerns about the fiscal sustainability of major economies has increased. In combination, all of these shifts has heightened volatility in global markets. New Zealand may only be a small waka in these turbulent seas, but the nation can take big choices that will put us in a position to weather these storms. We aren't mere hostages to fortune, and New Zealand continues to be well regarded for our institutional stability among developed economies. This has been consistently recognised by global markets and financial institutions, who have faith in our political and policy-making system to take the decisions that we need to. The challenge for our small nation is to act so as to make good on that trust. The Treasury's role is to advise successive governments on the options they have, and today I'll talk through how we will be approaching our advice this year and beyond. On the fiscal curve, I'll focus on the key lessons from a suite of documents the Treasury published last year, which lay out some of the key long-term fiscal challenges. On the economic curve, I will re-emphasise the importance of the core capabilities that underpin long-term economic performance that we cannot lose sight of, even as the near-term economic outlook begins to show positive signs. Across 2025, we released 3 reports: our long-term fiscal statement, our long-term insights briefing, and our investment statement. Each report was the product of several years of analysis and debate across the Treasury. Together, these reports lay out a clear diagnosis. The demographics are speaking for themselves. Ageing is already materially lifting government expenditure and will continue to do so over the next decade, outpacing revenue growth. Without changes to policy settings, New Zealand's debt trajectory will be unsustainable in the long run. To illustrate the point, our most recent forecast published in December project the number of recipients of New Zealand superannuation to grow from 928,000 in 24-25 to 1,084,000 in 29-30. That growth is equivalent pretty much to the entire population of Tauranga in just 4 or 5 years. The extra superannuation in 29-2030 of about $7.7 billion compared to 24-25 is equivalent to 22% of the growth in the entire tax revenue that we're projecting over that period. So the issues about superannuation are not just the issues about the future. They are part of the chill headwinds that are confronting the government now, and certainly whoever will be government in the next parliamentary term. Secondly, shocks are becoming more frequent and more complex and more expensive. Future governments will need the fiscal space to respond to them. Fiscal responses to shocks should be timely, temporary, and strictly targeted. The Crown's balance sheet is larger and more complex than ever. Wiser investment, better asset management, and a stronger understanding of risk is needed to prevent the balance sheet deteriorating. Today, I want to go beyond the diagnostics and distill the key strategic lessons which the Treasury has taken away from these 3 reports. Lesson 1, it is good management to expect bad luck, and so New Zealand should prioritise rebuilding its fiscal buffers. The first lesson from these reports is that through some good luck, good decisions, and the resilience of our institutions, New Zealand is still in a stronger position to address our fiscal challenges than many comparable countries facing similar conundrums. Despite this, public debt is at its highest point for 30 years and higher than Treasury had previously forecast. Some of this deterioration is because in the last 2 decades, New Zealand has experienced a series of significant shocks, including the GFC, the Canterbury earthquakes, and COVID-19. Our long-term insights briefing showed that since the late 1980s, the fiscal cost of government responses to economic shocks has averaged around 10% of GDP every decade. But the cost of these responses has not been matched by savings between shocks. The nature of Treasury's forecasts and projections mean that we never explicitly include the expected impact of these shocks. This means that our debt projections can be thought of as having a systematic favourable bias, an issue that the IMF has highlighted as common across advanced economies. We don't know when these shocks will come, but we need to plan to expect them. It is for that very reason that we continue to emphasise the need to rebuild New Zealand's fiscal buffers. Lesson 2, hard work lies ahead, and fiscal consolidation needs to be a focus of the next term of Parliament. New Zealand has been running a structural deficit for a number of years since the early 2020s. What that means is that even after stripping out the effects of economic shocks in the business cycle and making savings, the government is still spending more on existing public services and on new initiatives than it receives in revenue. While the government has a pathway to reduce and remove that deficit over coming years, at the moment, a structural deficit on the basis of how the IMF looks at fiscal policy is among the largest amongst advanced economies. The only economies that have larger structural deficits in New Zealand currently are a few economies in Eastern Europe that are facing existential security threats from Russia, the State of Israel, and France and the United States, which have dysfunctional politics when it comes to fiscal policy. In summary, these countries are not like us, but our fiscal policy at the moment, our fiscal deficit at the moment, is similar. In this term, the government has made an important start with its focus on spending restraint and charting a consistent and medium-term approach to fiscal consolidation. Failing to close the structural deficit over the next few years will mean future governments face harder choices to confront long-term fiscal pressures. Our reading of successful fiscal consolidations across developed economies is that they are sustained across multiple terms of government. Different combinations of political parties will legitimately choose alternative approaches around the timing and form of fiscal consolidation. The window to make a set of policy changes which will help restore a sustainable path remains open. But modelling in our long-term fiscal statement illustrates that delays will come with real economic and social costs. Lesson 3, a multi-pronged strategy across all government expenditure, revenue and the balance sheet will be more effective. The third lesson is that maintaining long-term fiscal sustainability will likely require governments using some combination of three available levers: reducing some expenditure programs to ensure public services are delivered and prioritised in a way that is consistent with medium-term sustainability. Looking broadly across government is important, although we highlight the particular pressures that arise from spending which is linked to ageing population, like retirement income and healthcare. Secondly, raising revenue while maintaining predictable, broad-based tax settings that reduce economic distortions. This could include consideration of longer-term reform to the tax system that could open options to raise more revenue efficiently. More effective balance sheet management. This means being discerning about how much and how well New Zealand does public investment, improving how we manage our existing commercial or social asset base, and over time owning the right mix of assets. The investment statement has a really, I think, sobering comment that in 2023 and 2024, half of all large investment projects lacked business cases, and most budget initiatives did not include a cost-benefit analysis. Fundamentally, we have to take the debate beyond how much we invest to how well are we investing. Now, fortunately, ministers are very seized of this issue, and we are seeing improvements through the system, but we have still substantial work to do to ensure that our public investment system is managing the investment process well. Lesson 4, new challenges are emerging in the global economic environment. The global environment in which fiscal policy operates has become more fragmented and more financially complex. Geopolitical tensions now have direct fiscal consequences. We reflected this in the long-term fiscal statement through the assumption that New Zealand will need to spend more on defence and security, which is consistent with the current government's intention to lift defence spending from around 1% of GDP to 2% of GDP by the early 2030s. But another channel through which global conditions transmit is their influence on financial markets and the pricing of sovereign risk. As we have seen recently, the high debt levels of even very large advanced economies have been the subject of increasing concern in markets. These effects can spill over even if we have our house fully in order and heighten the risk premium we pay on our debt as a small economy that relies heavily on an open, rules-based international system. To be clear, New Zealand currently enjoys strong and consistent demand for our debt, but that also comes at a price. Our 10-year bond rate is among the highest of advanced economies currently. At the same time, the structure of global financial markets has evolved since the global financial crisis. Government debt is increasingly held and traded by non-bank financial institutions, and bond yields are more exposed to shifts in global risk appetite and sentiment. We don't always know who ultimately holds the interest rate or exchange rate risk with respect to our sovereign debt. And the behaviour of these players in an interconnected financial system can be opaque. In periods of market stress, even countries with strong institutions and sound policy settings can face strong movements in financing conditions. This means global events can transmit to domestic debt servicing swiftly and unpredictably. This is important in the New Zealand context, when around 60% of New Zealand government bonds typically are sold to offshore investors, and in a context where we are issuing among the highest level of bonds that we have in our history. This year, we're issuing $35 billion of New Zealand government debt, and our Haifu forecasts project that to remain at $30 billion or higher between now each year and 2030. For the Treasury, this reinforces the importance of economic and fiscal resilience as a core organising lens for our advice. Maintaining fiscal space, retaining confidence in the management of our public finances are not abstract objectives. They are practical ways of ensuring New Zealand can absorb shocks that are wholly outside our control. These four lessons are at the core of how Treasury will be approaching its advice to the current and future governments. I've spoken about this before to the members of the Finance and Expenditure Committee, and you can expect to hear from the Treasury more about this year. If these lessons are largely to inform our advice to governments, there is perhaps one further lesson which applies back to Treasury itself. Many of the foundations of the current public finance system have been relatively stable since the 1990s, but our view is the emerging challenges means that our current framework won't be fit for purpose within the next decade if we don't continue to renew them. So on the Treasury's part, we're working on how to change that. In 2026, we'll be focused on enhancing transparency around the key fiscal challenges that lie ahead in the rest of this decade in the 2030s. We also intend to start a program evolving the budget system itself to ensure that it meets the needs of whoever is in government. As a Ministry of Finance, we are the stewards of these public finance institutions, and we need to look ahead and modernise them. Lifting long-term growth prospects. Never waste a good upturn. In the half-year fiscal and economic update, the Treasury forecasts a significant improvement in the economic outlook in the next 3 to 4 years. The domestic data flow since the end of 2025 has reinforced our view that the economy is beginning a cyclical recovery. This will be welcome news to households and businesses across the economy. At the start of a new cycle of growth, it is important not to forget about the longer-term foundations that will improve productivity and bend the long-run growth trajectory upwards. Strengthening these foundations will assist the resilience of the economy to at least small and medium-sized shocks. Last year, I outlined 4 areas where the Treasury sees a further focus as essential to boosting productivity. Firstly, private investment and capital intensity. Secondly, connections to the world. Thirdly, innovation and the diffusion of new technology. And fourthly, regulation and competition. Since then, we've published a range of research that deepens our understanding of these challenges and shows how they are all interconnected. Today, I want to draw out some of the key findings from these papers as a reminder that the gnarly long-term issues should remain at the forefront of discussion. Beginning with a question that is too often treated as an either-or proposition. So should New Zealand focus on innovation or on capital investment? The answer is emphatically both. New Zealand has low capital intensity, about 50% of OECD comparators, and we're not creating or adopting new technology at the rates we should be. But these aren't separate problems. Technology diffusion and capital investment are deeply intertwined. When firms invest in new equipment, they're often embedding new technologies into their operations and upgrading their business processes to match. New Zealand's expenditure on R&D will always constitute a tiny fraction of global effort. We will always depend significantly on adopting innovations developed elsewhere, and that adoption typically requires capital investment. We've identified four channels that affect both capital investment and innovation: importing, foreign investment, input costs, and access to finance. New Zealand has room for improvement across all four. Looking at human capital, we find another puzzle. New Zealand invests substantially in education, 5 to 6% of GDP. We have high labour force participation and very skilled people, but the returns to those skills are persistently lower than in other OECD countries, and they've been declining since 2015. This isn't primarily a supply-side problem. We are producing skilled people. The challenge appears to be on the demand side. We may not have enough frontier firms operating at the levels that can fully utilise advanced skills. There's a uniquely New Zealand dynamic to this. 20 to 40% of our graduates leave the country, often in their peak earning years. This creates a fiscal challenge as skilled people spend some of their most productive years overseas, although skilled immigration has helped offset some of these costs. We've also examined our productivity performance from an industry perspective. Interestingly, our slowdown looks to be broad-based and driven primarily by productivity growth slowing within industries themselves. Most concerning, when we look at firm productivity distribution, New Zealand's frontier firms, the top 10%, simply aren't as productive as those in comparable economies. In other OECD economies, the gap between frontier and lagging firms has been widening. But New Zealand's distribution is relatively flat and stable, indicating our frontier firms are not driving productivity growth. And this connects directly to our capital and innovation challenges. Frontier firms typically invest more in capital, adopt new technologies faster, and employ more highly skilled workers. Without strong frontier firms, we struggle to create the demand for skills and capital that would justify higher returns. What does all this mean for policy? First, we need to think across multiple levers at the same time. Capital investment, innovation policy, skills development, and industry structure aren't independent challenges. They're interconnected elements of our productivity system. Second, we need to focus on creating conditions for innovative firms to emerge and grow, and to ensure businesses see returns from investing in technology and skilled workers and are able to compete for these workers effectively. Third, New Zealand's particular circumstances matter. Our migration patterns, distance from markets, and small domestic economy shape how capital, skills, and innovation flow through our economy. The Minister of Finance yesterday talked about the current government's sets of reforms across many of these areas. Moving forward, whoever is in government will need to maintain momentum across a broad front. The nature of this economic reform is that no single policy will bend that growth curve upwards. A sustained and predictable path will be needed to build the confidence that helps New Zealand to attract global investment and talent and give confidence for individual New Zealanders and New Zealand firms to save, to invest, and to educate. In conclusion, we don't need to solve every problem in one fell swoop. The future will unfold in ways we can't fully anticipate, and good strategy is not about fixing every outcome in advance, but acting in ways that preserve options. An adaptive approach asks us to tackle the pressures we can see clearly, strengthen the foundations that endure, and leave those who follow with room to respond as circumstances change. The longer we wait, the fewer choices remain, and the sharper they become. At an economic forum, I suspect many of you will know that Keynesian quip about the long term, in which we are all dead. Less well known is the broader advice he offers in that same breath, where Keynes wrote, "The long run is a misleading guide to current affairs. In tempestuous seasons, economists set themselves too easy, too useless a task if they can only tell us that when the storm is past, the ocean is flat again." We are all living through such tempestuous seasons. We must navigate through the weather we are in. I'm proud to lead an organisation that's seeking to look out over the distant horizons, and our challenge is to draw that horizon close to the present. The challenge to ourselves, the call to action for Treasury and our partners in the public service, is to seize the moment and advise on the choices that matter, the critical policy decisions for the next term of Parliament, and the reform pathways we can set for the decade ahead. If we make those choices with care, we can build resilience, maintain fiscal space, and sustain trust in our institutions. This will give New Zealand the capacity to steer its own waka and to approach an uncertain future with confidence. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. Very thought-provoking. Let's go to some questions. Do we have a mic for... yes. Cool. Thank you. I'm going to begin by asking a question that could have been answered yesterday if we'd had more time in the AI session. So, two parts to the question. If AI is truly going to help us with our productivity crisis, why has adoption been slow in New Zealand, if we believe the stats, and how could it reshape the public service?
Really good question. The first thing I'd say is, I think when we think about the implications of AI, we first need to say, what is the economic problem that AI is seeking to address? Because if you look through history, there have been many technological advances, but many of those have not got traction or not got traction at the time that they were technically possible. Where you get the magic is where technical innovation connects with real economic problems that firms and workers are seeking to deal with. Last year, Minister Willis and I were in New York, and we went to the Federal Reserve in New York and met with the Director of Research there. And his view was the economic problem that AI is seeking to solve is the premium for skilled workers that's built up over the last 40 years that we didn't see before that. So what firms are trying to do with AI, in the way he looked at things, was essentially how can you reduce the premium for skill. And I think yesterday's presentation showed us the potential of AI, both its impact across within firms. I was really struck by that example about the lift in productivity for low performers, let alone what you can think more broadly. So if you come to your question about the public sector, and much of the work of the public sector is knowledge-based. So I think there is a huge ability for AI to both improve the quality of what the public sector does, for us to do it more cheaply for the taxpayer, I think it will raise some really interesting regulatory issues because, like the guilds of the Middle Ages, a lot of the premium of skill has come through the regulatory settings we put in place for people to become a professional, whether it's how many years do you need to sweat it out at a university to get a master's degree, what do you need to do to be a doctor or an engineer or an accountant. I think AI, because of its, if you like, its democratizing ability for people to do a broader range of skills without being in the modern equivalent of the medieval guild, will raise issues about do we still need that going forward. And that, I think, will be an issue about does our society evolve the regulatory institutions in a nimble way to allow the potential of that, and I think that's particularly important in the public sector.
So what would you say to a particularly skilled professional in the audience or listening to you that says, well, if AI can bring my average or slightly below average colleagues up to my level, what's in it for me?
Well, I think it's really, because I think this is, there's probably a conference in itself, because I think it's going to be really interesting about what happens within firms. I can sort of see that firms on both the demand side and the supply side will find much more flexible ways to adapt to changes in demand at the firm level, but also changes in labour supply. For people who need to reduce their labour, their hours because they're older or they have caring responsibilities or they have health issues. I think AI gives us lots more flexibility on that. I think the other side to that is AI potentially has the ability to power up our really strong performers, and I've seen that in some workplaces that you supercharge a person by packing around that. So for the question you're asking, I think for people who are just simply good at what they do, I actually think there is a pathway for AI to, for firms to understand that better and actually support people to be all that they can be using this technology. So I think there's an upside for people who are simply really good at whatever profession they undertake.
Thanks, Ian. When I was chairing Crown Entities, and one day I asked one of my chief executives what was it likely that Treasury would think about a particular investment proposal we were putting up, and he said somewhat dryly, well, just remember Treasury's default is no. So a question from the audience is, there's a lot of talk about fiscal responsibility, but what does Treasury think about the need to invest in technology and innovation and future frontier firms? How do we make those strategic investments for growth? When does the no turn to a yes?
Well, I talked a little bit about how our investment management system in the public sector is not as sophisticated as it needs to be. So one of the consequences of that is that it is not as good as identifying what are called the new forms of investment that should be given priority, many of which are digital. We're still a little bit stuck in, bricks and mortar, lots of orange traffic cones, people wandering around with high-vis vests. I think the kinds of technology investments that the public sector needs to make in the next decade will look quite different than our traditional model of that. And so for us as a Treasury, we absolutely get the need for investment because, as we say in the investment statement, many of our current assets have not been well maintained. The challenge is we make the right investments, so they take account of how technology is allowing us to deliver services in new ways, takes account of the demographic changes that were talked about yesterday in our regions, which will need a different pattern of investment than we've seen in the past. I think if we can get that flexibility, then I think Treasury is going to be not the Dr. No, but the sort of Dr. Yes, footnoted with appropriate kind of conditions, and also ultimately going to what I said, ultimately all the decisions that government takes need to fit within a prudent fiscal framework. But investment is going to be an important part of that.
Okay, I want to pivot to climate change now, which is obviously, or climate change impacts. It's an environmental issue, it's a political issue, but it's also a fiscal issue. How does Treasury think about that and the advice it needs to give to the government? Because it's an issue that certainly globally, but also partly in New Zealand, has become highly politicised.
So I think there's two legs to that. Firstly, there's the questions about adaptation to climate change, and that's an issue for the economy generally, but also the public sector. So going back to the questions about investment, it does mean that we need to make sure that our investments are appropriate given the changing nature of New Zealand, its exposure to climatic events. We have a special responsibility in a policy sense around on insurance, and that is a really important institution about allowing businesses and households to adapt. And so how well that market operates, the information that the insurance industry can draw on is something that we're spending quite a bit of time thinking about. So that is one of the fiscal headwinds that we can see coming up. On the mitigation side, New Zealand has a set of commitments through Paris, and as we get closer to 2030, whoever is government will have to make a judgment about how that commitment is met or not met in the current period. And so in the either our budget update or the pre-FO will kind of be indicating some of the potential costs, so that actually political parties actually understand what would be quite a wide range of potential costs that might come, particularly if a government has to go for offshore purchasing credits, noting that the Minister of Finance has been very clear that the current government won't go down that path.
Okay. So there has been a lot of discussion from you and others around fiscal responsibility, which we all understand. One presenter did argue that we were somewhat overly averse to debt, and particularly when it comes to investing in infrastructure, we should be bolder. How would you respond to that assertion?
Oh, I think. I mean, like I say, I think there's an important need to be honest. I think the infrastructure debate is not that sophisticated. I think the issues in New Zealand are yes, there's an infrastructure need. Yes, there's a particular issue in the public sector because assets have not been well maintained. I think the issues, as I said earlier, are a bit about how we invest and where we invest. The challenge at the moment, and we're obviously going through a budget, it's not like there's a big stack of projects that are all ready to go that either ministers or Treasury are saying no to. I think the frustration that certainly ministers feel is actually there aren't good proposals, that things aren't worked through. And so the pipeline from that point of view is not where it needs to be. So I think the question is there a need for more infrastructure? I think the answer is yes. How do you get that? I don't think it's just a simple question about we just need to spend more. Because as I said, I think there are bigger risks, and I showed numbers about investing when we don't have good cost benefits, when we don't have business cases. That sets itself up for delay in terms of delivery. It sets itself up for cost escalation, and it sets us up for ultimately not delivering the benefits that we're seeking to achieve. And I don't think any of those things are in the public interest.
So certainly infrastructure, but other forms of investment require long-term certainty. And one of the things that I think has frustrated many commentators is the flip-flopping by incoming governments around this major infrastructure project or that. You talked about needing a sustained, predictable path for policy development and reform. all of this drives us to a theme we talked about yesterday around some bipartisan approaches to some things become increasingly important in a small country. What's your commentary on that? Is there anything Treasury can do to influence that?
Well, I think, there's two things. One is we ultimately live in a democracy, and there'll always be a diversity of views, and I think that's a good thing. I think on the question of infrastructure, I think the issue is whether there is a greater degree of transparency that would help to at least anchor some of the public discourse and therefore the choices that politicians make. So when we come to infrastructure, many of the very big projects that we can probably all think of, ultimately, to the extent they exist, the cost-benefit assessments of them aren't great. And so if we had more transparency that, such and such a bridge or tunnel or cycleway or rail development or whatever is going to return you a benefit of less than one relative to costs, I think that should then prompt a conversation about, well, is this really the best thing we can be doing? Particularly in an environment where there probably are going to be high-value digital investments that are important in terms of particularly incorporating some of the new technologies in terms of AI, which may very well have quite a high return either to the economy or society generally. So I think that at least we could get a better public discussion informed by the facts, even if ultimately we should still expect people in different parties to come to different views on things.
Just another interesting stat from yesterday that I was especially struck by. I think it was Professor Paul Spoonley who said that 75% of the population in time will live in the top half of the North Island. And he found it interesting that councils from other parts of New Zealand were predicting population growth when he really could not see the evidence for that. That has quite uncomfortable implications for where we spend on infrastructure, on any kind of public facility. So, there's a rational answer and then there's an answer that takes into account how people will think about that. What's Treasury's advice to government?
Well, this comes back to making sure we're quite, nimble around how we invest. So I talked about our latest forecasts have got the big shift up in number of New Zealand superannuitants. Equally, our forecasts have got this now quite significant decline in primary school kids. So by the end of our forecast, we've got 20,000 less than we do now. So if you kind of think that, it's actually, when you think about the number of kids in primary school, it's actually quite a lot. It's just going to accelerate. So that comes back to how we manage our assets, that there will be regions that we will need to think about rationalising our footprint, and that is whether it's education. It's certainly healthcare. So you think about most of our regional provincial hospitals were built between about 1950 and 1975, so they're coming up to the renewal point. But we have to ask ourselves, we have to take the perspective that Paul was saying, if we really think there are going to be big areas in New Zealand that are going to have fewer people through time, do we still have the same footprint? Obviously, there still need to be healthcare services. But I think we need to open this to say how we deliver a service to community may well need to look different in the future than it did in the past. And I think that's quite that says a lot about how do we inform a debate at community level about those issues, about what is happening about populations, what are sensible ways to deliver, whether it's education or health or housing or whatever, in that context. Whereas I think in many communities, these shifts are seen as a threat and a binary kind of withdrawal of services. Whereas I think what we need to do is have a much more sophisticated discussion about delivering a service in the way it was delivered in 1950 is not going to be appropriate for at least some of our communities going forward.
Look, we've got a lot more questions we could and want to ask you, but we're out of time. So once again, thank you very much to Ian Ready, Secretary of Treasury.
Thanks, Jen, and thank you, Ian. I loved your "we're not in Kansas anymore" Toto. But also, I think you made it clear that we do need economists who, when the seas are stormy and the ships are rolling and the big waves, we don't need economists telling us that, on average, the sea is flat. So I think that was a good framing that we are in tough times. I was slightly shocked that you said, and I know that John Ryan, the former Auditor General, said the same thing, nearly half government projects lack a business plan. There's very little cost-benefit analysis, and that's across subsequent governments. I also have found it interesting over the years that I look at politicians from both sides of the House who take what they want from Treasury advice. So Treasury says cut spending, halve welfare. Yes, cut spending, halve welfare. Someone says, Treasury comes and says raise the age of superannuation to 72. Okay, raise the superannuation to 72. And then Treasury also says, well, you need to tax more, or at least broaden the tax base and bring in more revenue. Not that I want to put words into your mouth, Ian, but you can take basically whatever you want from the Treasury advice. The bottom line is we're spending more than we're bringing in. So it's a simple equation. And you've framed it perfectly in a way that I think makes us all very aware of the challenges ahead. So now we're going to go for a break. Please come back at around 10 to 9. Be seated so we can get into the 9 o'clock session on time. But go and have a coffee, have a chat, and catch up with people, and we'll see you at 10 to 9 at your tables. Thank you. and I think we've done it. Well done.
It's horrible, isn't it?
So welcome to this panel from Credits to Capabilities, Rethinking NCEA for the Future. And really, we want to have a conversation off the back of yesterday and Ian's challenge today about productivity as well. What is the education system that we need to prepare our kids for the future? And of course, we have had the changes in NCEA and yet more new reforms. Parents tend to like it because they understand it. Critics, particularly from the sector, question these reforms. Will they lift the outcomes? Will they simply create a new set of problems? And really at stake, I think we would all agree, is New Zealand building an education system that prepares our young people for a very unpredictable and volatile world. So to try and unpick all of this, I'm very happy to be joined by Dr. Colin Kennedy, who is the Chief Growth Officer at Creative HQ. And I think you also founded the School of Innovation there too.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And I think you're a perfect person to take on this discussion because you bridge that gap between innovation and education, or entrepreneurship and education. And then at the end here we have Tara Kanji, who is the principal of Tauranga Girls College. And so Tara, you're the only one on this panel who's absolutely on the coalface of these reforms. So your perspective is really invaluable. And Tara has a reputation for focusing very strongly on community-centred, high expectation environments and preparing kids not just for the working world, but also for life after school. And Claire McLaughlin, of course, who is the Pro Vice-Chancellor of Education at the University of Waikato. And Claire, you've published, I think, 10 books, many, many pieces of research. You've raised many, many dollars for research. And interestingly, you've worked, I think, not just across government ministries in New Zealand, not just education, but also health, social development. You've also worked in, I think it was Tokelau in Indonesia as an advisor, so a huge range of experience. So great to have you on the panel. So I just wanted to start picking up from Ian Rennie's comments, where he said in his talk, we spend 5 to 6% of GDP on education, but we're not getting the returns that we need on those skills. And he was implying that we're getting the skilled labour, but we just don't have the frontier firms, the companies, to really maximise the benefit of that. So do you agree with that, Colin?
Yeah, I guess there's two ways to look at it, because once I heard Ian's comment and I knew you were going to ask that question, I quickly got onto AI and looked up a range of different...
Well, you did that in 30 seconds.
I'm pretty fast. And I had a quick look through the reports just from last year on what are the key skills looking forward. And so I looked at McKinsey, Deloitte, OECD, Microsoft. And so it was the ones that you'd expect, to be honest, with the analytical thinking, innovation, and the resilience. But what was really interesting was the human-machine orchestration came through as one of the key skills now being looked at as well, and also this new concept.
What's human-machine?
So it's when to be human-led and when to be machine-led.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have explained that a bit better. So when to be AI-led. And then this new concept of stagility, which is coming in more and more into the conversation about how do we create young people to be stable, to be focused and have the fundamentals, but also have that agility around innovation and that resilience needed around to be innovative and to fail. So whenever you look at, are we giving young people those skills, the answer is not a lot of them are coming through the schooling system. And so, number one, the return on investment isn't there because we're not giving the right skills that the companies are looking for. But two, when the right skills are being given, then those frontier organizations aren't there to enough skill to absorb it. So it's a bit of a two-faced
But both are
conversation,
true. And then we've got kids leaving. Claire, you were just saying, you've got kids overseas. We're losing the skilled kids to more interesting jobs and opportunities overseas, right?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true, that if you look at what are the options for the students coming out, that actually even just looking across the Tasman, there's a lot more options for students to go into a range of different types of jobs. So, I mean, I think the startup thing is actually really important in this country, and people having the ability to get a company off the ground and have it be successful.
So that's kind of the hard thing, I think, when kids have got different skills. But I mean, we want that out of any curriculum, don't we? We want our children to come out and for them to have a flexible skill set that will enable them to do the, 3-4 different changes of career that will be required across their lifespan.
Actually, just before we dig into that, because Sue Reynolds was just saying to me, sometimes people don't understand what a startup is. Like, it's not just a business that's starting. How would you define a startup, Colin?
Well, because some very good startup people in the audience as well. So a startup essentially is a business that's starting from bootstrapping and then moving through to scaling. So a startup from a concept that's brought through. That's a broad definition of a startup.
Yeah, so it is kind of, starting from nothing. Tara, in your school, how are you preparing kids for this world? I mean, what are the skills that you're seeing, maybe new skills that are needed? And how are you doing that within the curriculum at the moment?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting space that we're in at the moment, and I'm hoping that the Associate Minister of Education, David Seymour, is currently in the kitchen honing in on his school lunches for you for today's lunch break as we look at looking at our skill set. But jokes aside, I go back and I want to quote this because if we look at our latest curriculum document, which, by the way, is in draft form presently, and so that in itself is interesting, it says that the Te Mātai Aho, which is the New Zealand curriculum document, says that the purpose of school is to build knowledge and skills that young people need so they can be lifelong learners, experience success, and fully participate in jobs, careers, society, and communities. Now, I don't know if we've spent enough time unpacking what that actually means in the chalk face to then to be able to fully engage meaningfully across sectors to understand what it is that then schools have as a responsibility in terms of curriculum and assessment. So there are certainly a range of skills, and I think that what I want to emphasise is that schools can't operate as a vacuum. That they, for me, I'm really proud of the work that schools do in terms of helping to create social cohesion. So what is it that we're contributing towards social cohesion as a skill in itself that enables young people to participate in school and in society and beyond, which is what's being talked about as part of that purpose. And some of that is around not just the academic attainment, which allows you maybe to have a qualification and a pathway, but around the skills such as having empathy, understanding the diversity of what we find ourselves in our school's context. So being engaging with a range of people, understanding the different perspectives from which they hold, and appreciating the richness of this. I mean, each of you, if you just took 10 seconds of your time, can think back to a school teacher who made a difference for you, and possibly a teacher who so. Let's be quite honest about that. But in fact, schools were also around the opportunities they gave you to be with other, to engage in your passion of your arts and your sport and culture and all of those sorts of things. And I think those are the things that schools are contributing to as part of the skill set that enable young people to then be able to be part of social cohesion. And we're seeing less and less of social cohesion, so schools are really important in terms of that skill set that they're creating. Now that is through curriculum, through understanding different perspectives, that's through the academic rigour that we put students through, that is through participation and contributing in team sports. It is not just simply knowing a subject. So, the skill sets are broad, but I do go back to the purpose. What does a lifelong learner look like? It is being able to transfer those skills created both in and outside of school, beyond school.
And my experience as a parent, kids gone through school in New Zealand, and the social cohesion stuff has actually been really good. I mean, the school was very good at creating that kind of inclusive culture, the sports, whether it was joining the Kapahaka group. There was a sense of the school identity really strong and building these resilient kids. if we come to the recent changes, and let's dig into that a bit, what was the problem that the reforms said that they were trying to solve, which was the long tail, the lack of numeracy and literacy figures. We were dropping behind. So, just to quickly sum up the changes for those of you who haven't recently had kids go through the school system. NCEA gone, mandatory English and maths year 11, foundational skills awards for numeracy and literacy, replacing NCEA level 2 and 3 with new qualifications, this new New Zealand Certificate of Education at year 12, higher academic requirements. You've got to take 5 subjects, I think, and pass at least 4 out of 5. Marking out of 100, the old A, B, C, D, getting rid of my kids none of them failed, they were all developing quite often. So, and a lot of this, and every student at primary school, I think, spending an hour of reading, writing, maths. What's wrong with all of that? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Claire?
Well, I think I've already commented to you before, it feels like Back to the Future, that I went through the school certificate, university accrediting bursary process and did quite well through that. But at that period of time, there was a significant amount of research saying that under that system where you had to sit and pass school certificate and get 3 subjects or whatever, and one of them had to be English, that 50% of kids failed. And so when you read out that list, it sounds kind of like where we were before. Whereas I did print them out, but I'm not going to read them to you. We've got over 75% of kids get NCEA level 1 now. And a lot of and that includes literacy and numeracy standards. So, and the numbers for children who are going on to level 2 and level 3 are also high. So what's the educational crisis? That's the bit I can't get. That's my question to you. So you don't see a problem with the system as it was? You don't see anything to fix? I think that, to come back to the point that Tara made, schools have the opportunity to actually help children through a system and to gain recognition of their own skills through a variety of ways. If you go back to what's probably a system which teaches English with a bunch of dead English poets, is this going to have the same kind of outcomes?
So you wouldn't have changed anything from the system that it was? You think the schools have enough autonomy to be able to manage any risks or negatives?
I don't know that they have everything in their power, but I know from talking to some of our doctoral students who are at the chalk face of this, looking at, at students' achievement of literacy in secondary schools, that they have at least the capacity to tailor how they offer, the credits to students so that they come out with, maybe a more relevant set of skills than, studying Shakespeare all the time. So I think there is a risk that what happens in our high school it mirrors what's happening in our primary schools, where we go to a very structured approach, where we teach to level and we forget about the fact that some students need to be, given lots of opportunity for acceleration, others need to be supported to achieve.
Tara, was the old NCEA system still there, recently old? Was it, its great benefit was that it was so flexible that it could accommodate what Claire's talking about in terms of different students with different needs and skills. But was flexibility also its biggest problem in that, it was easy for kids to game the system, to get the credits they need? And I think it was Mike Grimshaw, Associate Professor of Sociology at Canterbury University, who said, problem we've got is that we're under-educating but over-qualifying. So kids are passing, but they're getting to university and they're not up for scratch necessarily. Do you accept that?
No, I think if we just dial it back a fraction and I'll just pick up on the point that Claire was talking about, which is pre-NCEA, the School C university entrance system was based on norm reference, so the norm curve, whereby before even students sat the exam, we knew that 50% were going to pass and 50% were going to fail. Now that system was seen by OECD examiners as being too narrow, too high stakes heavy, exam focused, and was going to create a haves and have-nots. Because already we knew before we went into the exam 50% were going to fail. So accessibility to the qualification and the result of that qualification was already predetermined. And so that system needed to change. Now that was replaced by then, much later, with Te Waro Schools, which then allowed schools to be able to have a lot more greater control over what was happening within their schools. Boards of trustees, we moved away from boards of governors, which were centralised, boards of trustees, localised, local people from schools making determinations at a governance level, myself and others at the management level making decisions of what was happening in the school. But what we went to is a system that then had 70-75% pass rate, that's right. That pass rate dropped when literacy and numeracy became a compulsory requirement within the NCA system, because it was up at 80 and then it dropped because that was now compulsory. Now, I don't think, and I talked to my secondary principals colleagues in this, and I'm able to sort of quote a little bit about that, because they've done a pulse survey, and there is no secondary principal pretty much in the country that doesn't agree that it was timely to have a bit of a review and to rethink, is in fact what we're doing fit for purpose? School C, UE wasn't fit for purpose, but did we actually do a full review? Did we actually do a, to use economic terms, a cost-benefit analysis and work that through? Or do we just simply replace it with something else? And I think this is the worry, that we're now replacing it with something else. And yes, there was greater flexibility. Some would argue too much flexibility. But it gave multiple pathways for students, including vocational, academic, to be able to see themselves in successful ways through those pathways. Not a sit the exam, oh darn it, I failed it and that's it, I have to wait till next year before I can get a second go. And you could bundle up your qualification through a range of areas. Now that in itself, I appreciate people are saying, well, there's got to be some bottom liners. And I think that in the sector we agree that foundational skills of literacy and numeracy are useful, and the structured approach, and then seeing that through. Because it's not cool. I have young people in my own school who are in the body of a 13-year-old and are reading at an age 8-year-old. Now that is not cool when you're a teenager and you hate school. So you're likely to be a dropout. So I don't think, but the issue that we have is that on what grounds are we making decisions around this new qualification? And by the way, at the chalk base in the secondary context, right now my Year 9 cohort, the Year 9 cohort, or third form as some of you might know it, that are sitting in schools presently are going to be examined by this new foundational skills qual at year 11, and then 2 new quals at year 12 and 13, for which we have no information about. So I cannot currently backward map my current year 9 to best prepare them. And we saw this with NCA. We introduced it in the first year. In the sector, we said, can we slow this process down so that teachers can do that very critical piece, which is learn and unlearn. You have to unlearn and then learn what the new system is to be able to then offer it. And we're not doing that again.
Tara, is the problem for you then not so much that there did need to be some acknowledgement of, I think what the latest stat I've seen, 29% of New Zealand students fall below the OECD line, PISA line in mathematics, and that was back in 2022. Same with literacy. Do you see that there was a problem to solve? Is the problem that you've got the pace of it and the lack of consultation with the sector rather than the substance?
Both, because as I said, the NCA system was introduced year after year after year, the qualification. So let's build the plane while it's in the air. We're flying the plane at year 11, doing NCA level 1, while teachers are understanding the new standards, learning the curriculum, understanding how that's going to be assessed and teaching it at the same time, whilst the following year's standards are being introduced and to be ready for the following year. Now that pace is phenomenal. And if we're going to be doing that again, we're going to get the same results. A cohort of young people who are guinea pigs who are going to fall through the cracks. And they tell us that, we saw after when that happened, a whole heap of qualified, capable teachers leaving and going across the ditch.
Right.
And we're seeing that happening right now as well. So the consultation piece is challenging because we've given feedback, we await the response to that, which we're still waiting for, and at the moment we've got an entire curriculum which is in draft form, with the exception of maths and English, which are now teaching to the new curriculum. But if you want a cohesive education system, maths and English are not the only two subjects that provide a richness of a qualification.
So
and prepare
we'll come
young
back
people.
to the consultation process and stuff. But Colin, do you see these stats as a problem when you look at the decline in literacy and numeracy? I mean, I know we're talking about a cohesive and wider system, but what do you see as the problem? And are these reforms an answer to it or not, in your view?
Yeah, look, it is a problem, but maybe it's not the problem that we need to be focused on. I always look at this, the truth's always somewhere in the middle. I mean, the story goes, there's two of us. We leave the house in the morning and you look in the mirror and you go, hey, gorgeous, how you doing? And then you see yourself in a photograph.
Well,
That's not me. Who's that in the photograph? And so the way that sometimes you see it and the way that sometimes it is are two separate things. So the numbers dipping is a number of different variables that are causing that to happen. But is that the problem we should be focused on? Because if we're talking about productivity quite often, and we're talking about the skills that students need to lift that productivity, that's only part of the equation, isn't it? So if you go back to the comment before about stageility, yes, on one side you need those fundamentals, and you need that ability to be good critical analysts, and you need that ability to be able to problem solve well. But on the other side, you need to have the skill set to innovate and to work for these frontier companies. Now, that's a big issue. We've got that.
And what are those skills?
Well, I think we've got to go to AI literacy is critical. And I think if you look at the changes, there's a signal there that we're going to introduce AI potentially in 28, 29 for an economy that's already crying out for it, for it. So we're already putting these students at a disadvantage and our economy at a disadvantage. So while the numbers are troubling, I think the other main question is the other part of the equation are the new skills that's needed, and there's a massive gap there.
Yeah, and Claire, would you say that AI should be a foundational subject? I mean, it is, I think, in Singapore, China, the US, it's right there as a foundational topic. Do you think it should be?
I was just saying to Colin before, I was in China as a keynote speaker at a conference at Southwest University in Chongqing just before Christmas, and I think 3/4 of the conference was focused on AI and its usefulness. And I think the point that comes out of it is a tool. So, could you teach that as a subject? Not really. You would use it as a tool to take yourself across the curriculum and think about how is it useful to you in different ways. And if you think about the skill sets that kids are using, my boy who's in Switzerland at the moment, he did a trade certificate as a boat builder in composite and mechanical engineering. He spends most of his time now with a big fancy, a huge 3D printer where he uses a lot of AI as part of that. Now, he didn't get that in his trade cert, but now 20 years down the track, AI is a huge part of his working life.
Do you agree with that, Colin? That AI should be, it's a tool, so it's not a subject?
It's a great yes and no. I always like to play in the middle safely.
And looking at a photo of yourself.
Yes, there are certain skills and certain sectors that require AI literacy as a skill set, how to use it. But I think the bigger question is AI is moving at such a pace that it's not the skills that we can teach because they may become irrelevant within a week. It's more the way that we use AI is really important for our young people. So you see all the statistics about 70% of people in New Zealand workforces are using AI, but of that same number, 70% of that 70% aren't checking whether what they're getting back is actually good stuff. So I think it's really important that we're teaching our young people how to validate, how to verify, the ethics around AI as well, particularly in New Zealand, around data sovereignty, about the bias that's inherent in AI. We need to be teaching our young people how to use AI. My accent was very strong. How to use AI.
Very Northern Irish, yes.
How to use AI is really, really important. And I think that's the thing that can be consistent. While the skills and the literacy will shift and adapt and certain students will need it, everybody needs to know how to enter a workforce, understanding how
Yeah.
to use AI and when to be machine-led, when to be human-led.
And Tara, are you managing to embed that in the system?
I agree with what Colin is saying there in terms of the integration of AI. The conversations that we have in the secondary context is giving some guidance around when it's appropriate to use that tool and when it's not, and the ethics behind that. And we're really keen to get some strong leadership on that from the ministry level, so that schools are not having to sort of think about this, times the 3,500 of us that are all out there wanting to try and work this out. And that in itself is a challenging piece. But if we look at the capabilities that are talked about in the curriculum, I'll just read the headings to you. It says, these are the strong foundations for all students. So this is the why. Everyone's got to have communication skills. Everyone's got to be able to relate to others, self-management, self-regulation, problem-solving and creativity. Right? These are the capabilities that are now in ink that we need to make sure that we cover. And they need to be incorporated through the work that we do. These are not standalone. You don't teach communication as a subject per se. You don't teach, these are to be woven through what we do. So we use, so if you're doing some work around literacy, foundational skills, when would AI, for example, be a useful tool to be able to help to be to partner with, in an ethical manner, so that we are actually engaging with it. We're very much aware of the fact that we need to engage with that tool and not burying our heads in the sand around, oh my goodness, kids are not going to be able to think anymore. We need to teach and educate around when it's an appropriate use or not.
So to be fair to the government, and I don't think the Minister, Eric Stafford, would agree that she's going back to an old system of school cert and exams only, right? That there is stuff in the reforms that talks about greater collaboration with industry for vocational pathways. If I look at it as a parent, I'm going, well, that all makes pretty good sense to me. An hour a day on, literacy, numeracy. I never understood NCEA as a parent, and I think most parents didn't. So I look at that and I can't see I can't see the evidence that she's getting rid of creativity, the need to have skills for the future, the need to have team building skills, all of this stuff. What they're introducing, and they would say, is at least some common ways and transparent ways of measuring whether or not kids are coming out with the basics in terms of literacy and numeracy. So not a return to the old way, Claire, even though that's what...
Not quite, but yeah, I think there are shades of the old way, which is the bit that's of concern. And they talk about... I watched the videos the other day that the ministry put out about this reform, and they talk very vaguely about the vocational piece, and I think it's one of the areas of weakness. Before I came back to Waikato at the beginning of 2024, I'd been in Victoria in Australia for 5.5 years, and there they have a much clearer system around vocational education. I was on a forum. The ministry runs these various curriculum reform forums that I'm part of their committee. And I said to them, so why have you not, in this new structure that's proposed, put a vocational major into it? And they said, oh, because nobody does that. And I said, well, actually, you're wrong. If you look across the ditch to Victoria, they've brought in the Victorian Certificate of Education and the Advanced Certificate. And within that, there is a clear vocational major. So that, kids like my boat builder son could have actually started his apprenticeship process within the school system and gone through it. And there's little bits of that across the country. But why would you not, if you're going to reform, actually build something that says that some of the skill sets we need is to do with vocational skills?
Absolutely. And sometimes I've often thought in the old system, right, before the recent reforms, that, we walk down the street with the students in their gowns celebrating getting a degree. Why don't we do that for people who qualify in the trades?
Yeah, exactly.
And there's something cultural there as well, isn't there, rather than just relying on a curriculum.
Well, if I
yeah,
just
go,
build on
Colin.
that, there's so much nibbling at the edges of these little changes. I think you're right. We have gone back to the 1980s because it's safe space. We understand it. Parents understand it. But I was about to swear there, but for God's sake, I mean, the reality is, if you look at the US, at Singapore, Saudi Arabia, you know, I could come up with a huge list of countries that have built AI into the infrastructure of the syllabus and the curricula. Now, we're nibbling at the edge and say we might do this in a couple of years. In Saudi Arabia, the program Sumai has taught 500,000 people already, teachers already, how to implement AI and embed it within the school system. Same in Tallinn, they've got AI Leap, or Leap AI, I can't remember which one. In Estonia, exactly the same. So we're nibbling at the edges and pretending that the economy that these kids will be walking into is the same as it was in the 19th. My arse it is. And we heard last night when we were...
That's two coins in the swear jar,
Damn it!
Colin.
Sorry, is arse a swear word?
Yeah.
It's
descriptive,
I don't know.
but
If I just said it again, does that mean
Sorry,
no? Sorry.
that's another coin.
But, you know, you'd learn it's transformative at a scale we do not understand yet. But what we already are seeing is that graduate jobs are changing, task design is changing. Our young people are going into workplaces that nobody knows what they're going to be or what they are. So are you saying nibbling around with literacy and numeracy in our day is really going to set them up for success? Because it's not.
No.
We need to fundamentally shift the way that AI, digital literacy, problem solving is taught in schools.
So there's an interesting contradiction, though. Is it that, Tara, the pace is too fast, or that the pace isn't fast enough for change? So what you're saying, Colin, it seems to me, is that actually we're not going fast enough to keep up with this.
Well, there's a stagility argument, is that you have to have the basic fundamental skills, of which literacy and numeracy are critical. But so you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we know how to teach that. We're good at that. But on the other side, we're not good at teaching those other skills. So there's a bit of column A and a bit of column B here.
Yeah, and I do think, Tara, that we do have a culture of consultation in New Zealand that slows us down, right? I mean, yes, of course, we have to consult, and you know, if you're doing changes to the education system, you have to consult with the sector and parents and communities and businesses and entrepreneurs and whatever. But we do have a tendency, don't we, to have a consultation culture where we can slow a whole heap down when we might be on a burning platform facing a pretty dire future if we don't move fast. Is there a problem, do you think, with over-consulting?
If there was over-consulting, I'd agree that there would be a problem. You know, if we think about AI, I mean, that's ahead of us. It's been happening for some time. We're still talking about it. So, you know, we're going to play a bit of a catch-up game with that. But, I mean, I'm talking about take people with you. The very people who are at the chalk face, who you're asking to deliver, who work on behalf on the ground for the Ministry of Education, us like the chalk face. Take us with you so that we understand what it is that you're wanting us to deliver. Give us the feedback on the feedback that we've given to you and what bits that you'll now agree or disagree with, and then we can move forward again from there. But to go back to the exam type system, which is what we're going to be going to, yes, some parents will really like that, but which parents are we talking about here? Because, you know, the document says itself, the Minister says here in terms of the equity challenge, and let me just quote this here, because, you know, if we went back to School C and 50% of people failed, and we've got a tail that we talk about in terms of Māori and Pasifika people, it says here in the document that this is the implications of the new qualification system that I'm reading from, page 35, and it says the proposal's designed and intended to make a positive impact overall. They target some of the main challenges with NCEA, blah, blah, blah. However, the proposals may, and in 2-3 lines, however, the proposals will initially have impacts on the achievement rates, especially for students who are already disproportionately reflected in lower achievement rates. And we know that that is our Māori and our Pasifika students. And then goes on to say, specifically about that, extra support will need to be provided for these groups to manage this risk. But these new changes will go some way to ensuring that there is a smooth transition, but it is unlikely that it will ever entirely address the drop in achievement. Now, I find that very difficult
But
to swallow.
would you accept, though, that the old system, I mean, the statistic I've got here, 58% of Māori school leavers achieved NCEA level 2 or higher, only 58% compared to 70% of Pacific school leavers and 74% of Pākehā school leavers. So the old system wasn't solving that problem either.
I agree, it wasn't, but that doesn't make it right to create another system that keeps perpetuating disadvantage. I mean, where's the equity lens in this? I mean, education needs to be accessible for all. And yesterday there was a conversation in which there was some really absolutely wonderful ideas around how we can address some of that inequity and particularly addressing Māori achievement. And that does need to be addressed, as opposed to a line in a document which says, well, this new system that we're proposing will continue to perpetuate inequity, in essence, is what it's saying. I can't accept that as a person in the education system, to eyeball a young person to say, well, I already know that statistically you're not going to make it under this new system now. That actually,
Is there anything you'd keep in the new reforms?
well, looking at what secondary principals have said, I mean, they agree. And I'll quote again. This is what we have been saying to the minister. We believe that it's time and it's timely. The secondary sector acknowledges that the curriculum refresh is necessary, and the review of the national qualification system is both timely and important to ensure that learning remains relevant, coherent, and responsive to the needs of young people. So that's the feedback we've absolutely given. We agree that foundational skills of literacy and numeracy can be strengthened. But, if we use PISA data alone as one measure, I mean, you're just targeting something that kind of works in your favour, as opposed to going, well, actually, PISA is one measure, it's a global ranking, and actually doesn't take into account the uniqueness. I mean, it's pegging us against. It was interesting hearing this morning 5% of GDP being invested into education, but it'd be interesting to see what aspect of education that is being invested in, because in reality we've got under-resourcing. I mean, how can you have a whole lot of people in the sector who are struggling to understand what is happening because they're not getting that feedback to know what it is that they're going to be delivering on? That's under-resourcing of giving people time and knowledge to...
So you'd keep, well, not sure what you keep, but you accept that there is more that needs to be done around literacy and numeracy, but yeah. And what about you, Colin? What in the new reforms would you keep?
Well, I mean, again, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's some really key fundamental issues. I think looking at literacy and numeracy, those fundamental blocks, is not a bad idea at all, and having a bit more flexibility and consolidation of credit. It all makes sense in one way. And it's kind of like the joke where one man's standing on one side of the river and the other man's on the other side of the river, and he says, how do I get over to the other side? And the other guy responds, you're already on the other side. There's this, so much is going well that sometimes you forget where you are and what your perspective is on it. So that's okay, and keep that. But the reality is, you're asking the students and the families and the teachers to prepare for a future that what these changes are giving is not suitable. They don't match. And so how are you going to bring teachers along a journey when they're under-resourced and they're so busy already on a journey of being able how to teach AI? And the reality is, let's be absolutely honest here, students will get a better educational outcome in terms of academia from a one-to-one mentor that they'll get on AI. Eventually, they'll pick up the algorithm of that student, and you will get better focused outcomes on what we're currently teaching. So
well,
why?
That's interesting.
What's
I know
the teacher's role?
In the aid and development world, one of the cheapest and most effective ways of improving education in some of the poorest countries is to use digital devices to have a very bespoke mentor and teaching curriculum for a child.
And you look at all the models like the Alpha schools in the States, and I've just been working with Ngāti Toa in Porirua to set up a new school there, Kuratoa, and we're putting AI as the core way that students will engage with a certain part of their learning before they apply that learning.
Which means you can keep kids of the same age together and teach them slightly differently within the classroom, right? Claire, clearly one of the problems for the sector is the volatility of constant change, right? But if there were a new government, a Labour-led government, would you want them to reverse these changes?
I'm not yet convinced that if Labor comes in, that they have that much forethought around their policy, having had a conversation with their shadow minister just before Christmas. I'm not sure what they'd do.
Would you want them to, though, is the point?
I think I'd want them to do some of the work that Tara's suggested, of actually sitting down and working through what are the things which, what are the good parts of this idea? I mean, the idea that students come out with solid understandings of literacy and numeracy, nobody's going to debate that. But that is not a secondary school problem. I'd argue, I mean, my field is early childhood. I'd argue it starts in early childhood, and it is a primary school problem. And if you've got, you know, year 9 students who've got a reading age of an 8-year-old, there's no way that you're ever going to get that child through a high school system to be able to pass exams without a lot of learning support. So the bit that I would want them to invest is they mutter about learning support, but we're not seeing a lot of learning support going in. I'm working with an organisation at the moment doing some research, which is a philanthropic organisation, and they are pouring money into learning support in certain schools because the government is not providing it. So I think, I'd want them to look carefully at what's proposed and say, you know, if it's already saying this is going to marginalise things more for Māori and Pacifica, because they're not naming it, but they're saying achievement's going to drop, then why would you do that? They also, you know, I would hope that the Labor government would look at the achievement rates for students who are coming through Kura Kaupapa, because, you know, 75% of kids are getting level 2 and level 3. You know, they're not achieving that in the mainstream system, so there's something
overqualifying,
happening.
under-educating?
How do you know that? How do you know that? They come out with a strong cultural skill set, as well as having all of the literacy and numeracy. So I think I would want them to look really carefully.
So you'd keep the status quo as we have been, pretty much?
I don't know that throwing, you know, I think when you throw an education system out because you don't think it's achieving PISA results, that's kind of a bit nuts, really. And if you think that there's something wrong with the system, why would you not look at the system and say, what can we do to this to help it be, you know, fit for the unknown future? So we also, you know, the thing that hasn't been mentioned there is, do you know how much it's going to cost to bring in a whole new system? Do we actually want to spend that money when we could actually stop, slow down and have a look at what's there and improve what we've got? Because actually our achievement rates over time are far better than they were when my little brother got told he would be one of the 50% that failed school C.
I think there's people outside of the education sector, and you know, this is not meant to be controversial, but there's a perception that the sector is generally not in favour of reform, whatever the reform is. Is that a fair? I mean, there's always this tension, you know, whether it's performance pay, whether it's curriculum changes, whether it's systemic changes. There's a sense that there's always a tension between the sector and whatever government's in power.
Media loves those sound bites, don't they? And so I'm not going to perpetuate them here again for them. But I think one of the things that Labor started the reforms. The previous government looked at the reforms in education and said we needed to look at some of the foundational skills. So there is some agreement there, absolutely. And as I've said, the secondary sector absolutely agrees that it is timely to do a review, but we do need coherence and we need really good leadership, not just from the minister. You know, that needs to trickle down so that we can actually understand what it is that's required. But absolutely, I myself agree that having young people coming into secondary, which is where I'm situated, who are struggling to be able to have access to the curriculum in a way that allows them to access it now in a secondary context, if they can't do that, that's really isolating for them, and that's not right. So then we need to consider what it is that we haven't been getting quite right. But we need to make sure that it is equitable. So you know, whilst the perception might be out there, there are teachers and who have got on board with all of the changes because they have to as well. But I think it's really helpful that you take people with you, because we're actually requiring those people on the ground who are teaching young people, some of your children, parents in the audience here right now, who need to unlearn something and relearn something. And you can't just do that at the seat of your pants. You have to give time. And I'm not talking about it takes years to do this, but I really feel like we need to look at it a little bit more carefully than we are at the present time. The pace is a challenge for us.
Yeah. I haven't actually got the Slido with me, so I'm going to do something a bit unorthodox. And if anyone tries to make a speech or a long comment, I'm going to shut you down. No, don't take it personal. But are there any questions from the audience? And please stand up and shout out if you've got a question for the panel. Everyone's going shy. Yes. And speak up, sorry, because you haven't got a microphone, sorry. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Yes. Although I would say in the media there's been so many stories about school lunches and fewer stories about the long tail and truancy and the Māori Pacifica long tail. But yeah, so maybe Claire, if I come to you. So 18% of Māori students are chronically absent. 17% of Pacific students are chronically absent. Again, by comparison, 8% of Pākehā kids are absent. That's a problem, isn't it?
Of course.
And what do you do about it?
Well, it needs local solutions, doesn't it? I mean, just to take the point, we know that this is a community problem. You know, that we know that we have children growing up in poverty. We've got children growing up in some fairly tough home environments. We have children growing up in families where there's been long-term unemployment. You know, I was doing research in Australia which was around children learning about the world of work, and we had 4 different studies. When we got to the early childhood one, we asked the children were asked, what do your parents do for work? And the child said, oh, my dad just sits on the couch. And it's true. I mean, just long-term unemployed, sitting there playing PlayStation. So you have to do wraparound support, don't you, to get those children regularly in school from early childhood to primary to secondary. Yeah. And so, you know, this isn't something which is going to be sort of one-off solutions. It's going to have to be a community solution.
And schools can't be social workers and everything as well. There's a question here from the audience, and now I've got Slido, but if anyone wants to stand up and say something, please do. But, ask a question, not make a comment. What is wrong with expecting students to study Shakespeare, Tara?
I think that if we give students that's the only option, that's where I see the challenge. You know, if I'm only serving you red vegetables, green vegetables, or orange vegetables, and that's the only thing that I do, I think that the reality is that we need to give people choice. And the current system gives a little bit of that flexibility in terms of that choice. So it's not Shakespeare per se, but it's around the choice, if that's the only choice. I mean, how relevant is that today? And I just want to pick up a little bit on what the person spoke about off the floor before and around, because that comes back to my earlier point about learning doesn't happen in a vacuum. And my one piece of advice for politicians would be around, well, great. First of all, it would be great if we all had a multi-party agreement around, so we didn't flip-flop and had these pendulum swings, right? Absolutely. However, you cannot look at education in itself without looking at poverty, trauma, you know, social services, look at health. You cannot do that in isolation, because all of those things, our young people come to school with all of that as they walk through the gate.
Yeah. The Shakespeare question is an interesting one, because I know when my kids are going through school quite recently, it seemed very random sometimes, the bits of history that they would study or the bits of, I don't know, literature that they would study. And it was the American Civil War one week and then the Vietnam War the next week. So it's kind of the existing system for me was quite strange, and I couldn't see a kind of coherent approach. But there's another question here, Colin, that you might want to have a go at. What is the panel's, can the panel clearly explain, and it wasn't you who brought this up, but what's wrong with PISA? What's wrong with the PISA measurements?
What's wrong with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually Tara who, I think, or Claire, one of you said that you questioned whether PISA was the right way to measure. So maybe it's an unfair question for you, Colin.
No, well, I don't think you were saying there was anything wrong with it, but again, it's just one way of measuring.
Right.
It's one element of a complete system. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It is quite dated. Again, sometimes it's not apples with apples, I find. And again, is it relevant? I think it's becoming less and less relevant.
Oh, really? In what way?
For the skill. I mean, the focus on that compared to what the skills should be focused on, and comparing where these skills are being taught well and how they're being taught for the future of work. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not the complete picture.
So PISA, and just so people understand, what is it actually ranking?
In fact, because we use, in education, there's a ton of acronyms in there. PISA is another one of them. The Program of International Student Achievement. So we're benchmarked against other countries, the OECD, against a number of factors, particularly around reading, proficiency in reading and math, but other things like science and creativity as well. And it's interesting because I made a note of that what's wrong with it? If we only use that as the sole blunt tool to measure how we're doing, because we're interested in our global ranking, and that's that competitive model, which is about tomorrow's schools as well, that's created. I mean, it has a cultural blind spot. It doesn't take into account cultural differences. It doesn't take into account the fact that you're competing against countries that are putting enormous amounts of investment into education. And if you thought 5% was great, start comparing to what Finland and other countries are doing. It leaves us, but we're being compared to them. Oh, funny that they rank so much higher in these things, and the time frames that they've been putting into this as well. I got asked by the minister, why wasn't I going to get, because last year it was a particularly challenging, there was so much change that we're putting, and then came this email around, oh, it's PISA time again, could you please get a group of your 15-year-olds to sit this PISA assessment? And you know that what young people say, so what's in it for me? Like, we're going to sit this test for you for what reason? And it's left to schools to organise it all, take people out of teaching, take people out of classes to be able to do this. But so coming back to PISA, what's wrong with it? It can be a useful tool, but it's a tool, and if we use it as a blunt measure only in isolation, that's the problem that I have with it.
There's actually a student, or a few students in the audience, one of them has said, as someone who is currently doing NCEA and some A-levels, I can tell you firsthand that NCEA is a terrible system compared to A-levels. Although 50% is a high number, isn't that literally what majority systems do? Don't quite understand that last bit, but that's interesting. This is a student who's studying A-levels and NCEA and feeling that A-levels are a better system. Any comments on that?
Very different systems. And again, I did A-levels.
I did A-levels too,
and my kids are going through NCEA, but so I can see, again, Trish, somewhere in the middle, there's good points, there's bad points of each.
That's a whole other conversation in itself, isn't it, around which schools are offering going against the New Zealand qualification system versus which schools are now offering an alternative to that. And I'd put money on it that it's not your state schools that are heads into those things. It's your state integrated and private schools.
So final minutes. Maybe just quickly answer a question. Do you think there's a problem in the existing education system? And if so, what would you fix? And if not, what do you think is working? Colin.
Oh, me? Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Wake up.
Yeah, look, I'm on stage. Look, there's a massive problem. And the massive problem is, particularly with the new changes that they're being put in place for an economy and a workforce that's already shifted. It's already transitioned. And so therefore, we need to be realistic about the skill sets that our young people will be able to take as an advantage into that workforce. Productivity can rise and the economy can gain from that.
Claire?
I think there's two big issues. So one is the workforce itself, that there's constant churn in the workforce because they're underpaid and they're overworked. There's an awful lot of change going on. And so teachers are looking at it going, do I really want to keep doing this? So I think we need to look after our teachers better and value them like some of the Finnish systems do. And the second thing is, I think we are really, as I said before, really under-resourcing schools in terms of learning support. So if you want to pick up that tail, you can't do that without a heap more money being put into the support system for schools.
AI can help there.
Well, AI might be able to help, but you need to put the money in to do it.
Exactly.
Claire, does the Finnish school system have performance pay for teachers?
I think
I know
it
they
does.
get paid more.
They get paid more, but they also have greater opportunity to do postgraduate study that's paid for. You know, as a system, it's, I think, very fine. The other one, which is a very good system, is the Singapore system, which does have both performance pay, but also has multiple pathways for people, so they can stay within the career and do different things.
And it's a status job, like
It
being
is a status
lawyer or
job.
something. So would you support performance pay?
In some areas, yes, I would. I'd quite like to be able to do performance pay for some of my staff.
Good.
If
In
I
a
could.
nice way.
In a nice way, yeah.
Tara, what crisis in education?
Look, I agree there is an opportunity here for some reform and to be able to strengthen some areas. I'm really conscious of one size fits one, it doesn't fit all.
Yeah.
And so I have concerns about equity, but I left school, carried on in a different school. I'm an alumni of the University of Waikato, and then carried on through to College of Education, and 35 years in, I've never left school. So I love school, I love what young people do, and I love the influence that my teachers, kaiako, people can have with young people, and young people do well sometimes in spite of us, and a lot of young people do well with our support. And I would like to see a system that really looks at is student-facing and not quite so heavily ministry-led facing as we're seeing right now. Changing one system for another, I'm not adverse to changes in systems, but I think we need to look at the entire system. So we look at the whole system, not just looking at the assessment aspect. And if we think about this in itself, NCA is looking at one end of the system, and that's the qualification piece, and schools can't just be about the qualification. Yes, they are that as well, but you know, I love being in the education sector. I have concerns about the pace and the coherence piece right now, but I've been in it for the long game, and I continue to be in it for the long game. And thank you to the young people that are sitting in the back here. There were, it's wonderful to see the people that we're actually talking about here.
And as they say to servicemen in America, thank you for your service, Tara. And that's a lovely way to end. So thank you, everybody. Please put your hands together for a fascinating panel. So we're now moving rapidly into the next session. Those people in there need to get out, and the new one needs to start. So feel free to put some emotional pressure on them to open the door. But yes, please pick which panel you want to go to next. Thanks, guys. That was really great. Happy with that? we do need to get started, so you can please take your seats and we will start very shortly. Next big shock, what is it going to be? Disaster, disease, disruption, and what choices do we need to make? So if you can please sit down, just keep the noise down, everybody. Pick a venue and let's get started. Thank you. So I think I said this morning when we were first introducing the day that the news is both tedious and terrifying. It feels like there's an ever-present risk of natural disasters, of the unthinkable, which has now become very thinkable. And there are no easy choices and there are no easy trade-offs about how we deal with impending shocks, whether it be natural disasters, whether it be some other kind of disruption. And I think looking at, the bigger global, which we've done a lot of looking at the geopolitical context and the global context, trade disruptions, hot wars and so on. But what about natural disasters? What about shocks we can't predict? And how do we safeguard ourselves, our economy, and how do we balance safeguarding people, prioritising people's health, and also safeguarding the economy? So we'll explore in this session with a panel of experts to look at that delicate balance between economic stability and the human impact of disasters and disruptions. And I'm very pleased to be joined by James Beard, sitting over here, who's the Chief Strategist at Treasury. And before that, I think, James, you were the Economic Counsellor at the OECD, New Zealand's permanent delegation to the OECD in Paris. I spent 2 years in Paris as well. It's a great job if you can get it. And here we have Kiriana, who will be known to many of you, Kiriana Brooking, who is working for PwC, partner at PwC since 2022. And also, those of you who know Kiriana will know that she was involved in the COVID response, but also in the response to the Hawke's Bay floods when she was working there at the council. So, and then at the end here we have Dr. Martin Lally, who's Associate Professor in the School of Economics and Finance at Victoria University, and a former one, I should say, and Director of Capital Financial Consultants, so you're now in the private sector, providing advice to public and private sector entities. And of course, one of our sponsors for the forum here, Bryce Davies, who's well known here, something of a permanent fixture, I think, at the forum, with 25 years' experience across insurance and banking in New Zealand, Australia, and also the UK. So a wide geopolitical and global perspective on these issues. Bryce's role at AIG is focused on public policy and related strategy and reputational risks. So a top panel to try and unpick some of this. So I thought I'd start by asking perhaps you, Martin, how do you define a shock? What is a shock and what is a trend?
Well, on the 24th of February 2022, Ukraine experienced a shock. A few hundred people killed or seriously wounded that day. Pretty much the same the next day, and so forth. Here we are 4 years later. I think we've gone from a shock to a trend, but really, what significance is there in that distinction? What matters is what damage is being done rather than the name you put on it.
Interesting, though, so a shock, a trend is really a shock that's frozen. That has been a frozen state. Bryce, how would you define, I mean, you talk a lot about how the unthinkable is now very thinkable. Are these shocks, or is this just the new normal when it comes to natural disasters?
Well, I would say two things. One, I think it's just about the pace at which those impacts are occurring. Are they sudden? Are they over a long term? I think that's a distinction for me. And I think something in that is about the magnitude of those impacts matter and our ability to cope with those matter. So a shock is something that we're perhaps not prepared for, and it exceeds our capacity to actually manage. That's another way of thinking about it. But I think you're right, we shouldn't see some things as shock. They can be kind of shocking personally, but we should not see the next flood. We should not see the next earthquake. I'm going to talk hazards because I'm the insurance guy. Or waking up to a trend. They're not shocks. They are fully expected, and so we should treat them as such.
Which is really about preparation, right? We think of them as shocks. We're not really going to be preparing for them. James, how would you define a shock?
Well, very similar, I think. I mean, we think about it as a discrete which affects the normal conditions, a trend, slow-moving, cumulative effects. I think if you think about things like climate change, I think we're starting to see this sort of interaction between shocks and trends, right? So climate change lifting average temperatures, it's going to increase the severity of shocks that occur. So you can see the interaction between the shocks and the trends. I mean, I think in some of our work, we've quoted some modelling where we're seeing gradual sea level rise, 30 centimetres of sea level rise. That could expose another $6 billion in buildings to inundation, with a 1% chance a year. That's a 50% increase over now. So it's that interaction we're seeing.
So shocks are becoming the new normal. Kiriana, how has it changed us? How does it change us?
Tuatahi tēnā koutou katoa. Hari ati rā kina tini mate kei Wainganui ki te whenua me te wai o mō au me Papamoa, moi moi a, moi moi a, moi moi a. Nā mihi aroha ki te whānau pani me te hāpore, me te mana whenua hoki nā mihi. So given the importance of the topic, I do want to acknowledge those that have passed recently in weather events. I want to give my love to their whānau, to the communities and to the mana whenua of that area. When I think about shocks and trends, I do kind of have this calculation where I think shocks and trends equal crisis ? So a shock was COVID or Cyclone Gabriel. A trend was inadequate investment in infrastructure, in roads and bridges, a failure to modernise the substation at Taradale, a failure to replace the batteries for the early warning sensors on the rivers. And so we have the overwhelming matter of the shock. We have the underlying issue of the trend, and then we end up with crisis. I agree, not every river or not every flood is going to get us to the stage we got to in Cyclone Gabriel. But if we don't join them, if we don't acknowledge them together, then we are unable to address how we'll respond.
Yeah, it's interesting. My youngest son's just been travelling around America and went to Austin and then Chicago. There was snow in Austin. It was a big storm in the US, big shocking storm. Austin not used to it, complete chaos, everyone's slipping on the streets, can't get rid of the snow and the ice. Chicago, it's like a dream machine. The snow is moved, the roads are moving perfectly, people are able to get to work and so on. It's a little microcosm of, yes, there's a shock, big storm hits America, but it's preparation that makes the difference for that being a shock and something that we can manage. So, James, you've said, I think, every disaster that we have, or shocking disaster that we have in New Zealand is worth about 10% of GDP.
Yeah.
So how do we get better at preparing? How do we get better at preparing fiscally for that? But how do we, in your view, what do we need to do better at preparing?
Well, I think, preparation is the key thing, and I think we've learnt that if we're prepared, it helps you manage those economic and fiscal impacts from these events. And I think that example you've given of Chicago and Austin examples, one's not a shock, one's an event, and one's a shock, right?
Yeah.
So the preparation really matters. I think a couple of things we would say, or I'd say definitely is, really clarifying what are the roles of the public sector and the private sector in these events. So role clarity is really important. That helps you think about how do you improve the efficiency of contingency planning, the resources that go into that. It supports operational readiness, shapes the future expectations of fiscal support, and gives more consistency of that. So the more you can be prepared, the more you can set in place clear rules about who does what, who's pays what, etc., is really important. A good example is the foot and mouth outbreak. So there's been a fair bit of work over the last year and a half with the sector to prepare for, what are the arrangements for if a foot and mouth disease outbreak happened in New Zealand. So MPI have been working with the sector, thinking about planning about that, understanding where the pressure points are, where the capacity problems are, and then also talking about how would you share the costs of those. And so they've ended up with a cost-sharing framework, which I think is something 40% of readiness expenditures covered by the sector, and 15% of response, and there's a cap on that. And so that's the sort of thing that's really important. So preparation is really important to situate this and help you manage those costs and manage the expectations. The real challenge, I think, is the flip side of that is do these arrangements survive first contact with the political pressures that happen after an event? And those are the things that have got to be tested.
We'll come to the politics of shocks shortly. But Bryce, I mean, what can you predict and what can't you predict when it comes to shocks? Because by definition, preparation means that you're predicting it could be a foot and mouth outbreak. What about when you can't predict? What can't you predict? Or can you predict everything, really, in the sense that
I think
be prepared?
It depends what level of understanding you want to get to on that. I think there's some things that we can call shocks that we can predict very, very well because we have a lot of data on them. We understand them, we can model them, we can think about different return periods, and it's easily done, right? So I think, some of our natural hazards kind of fall into that. So we can easily figure those things out. We may not know when they'll actually occur, but we know that a 1 in 20-year flood and a 1 in 1,000-year flood, they can occur tomorrow, right? We know that. So we know that there's a broad range, and we know we can get an understanding what they look like, right? So we have a set of tools for understanding those. But then there are some shocks that we probably don't have good tools for understanding. So it's more around scenarios and thinking about what could happen. So I think it depends on what the nature of what those shocks are. And then I think it's about recognising that they're all possible, and so we're not kind of fighting the last war in a way. We have a tendency to go, oh my gosh, that was really bad, let's kind of throw all our attention and resources at that last thing we just faced. So what we've seen over some events recently is the instability in land has become a kind of a common feature of these things, and so landslides, which tragically have killed people, and it probably kill more people through disaster than anything else. We need to look at that. There's a danger that that's what we're going to focus on. But we need to be having capacity to think about all the things that can happen and aligning the tools we have to understand them against all of them.
Martin, what do we need to do to be more resilient to whatever the shock is, the next shock that's coming? And I will ask you what you all think the next shock is likely to be.
Well, I think the things that would normally be described as shocks that we've seen in New Zealand in the last 100 years, the big three would be pandemics, earthquakes and wars. And we care about those things because they lead to significant shortening of some people's lives, some people whose quality of life is appreciably reduced for a significant period, and in some cases serious damage to physical assets. And if that's why we care about those things, then in my view, we should be far more concerned about things that aren't conventionally called shocks because they're just gradually building up. I've just come out of a session on the meth problem. That's one very dramatic example of lifestyle diseases. The most serious one in this area is obesity. And the conventional technology we have for assessing these things, quality-adjusted life years that are lost from something, obesity is over 100 times more serious than the most extreme forecasts of a worst-case scenario for COVID by epidemiologists. It is not much point, in my view, getting bent all out of shape over pandemics when you are ignoring meth and alcohol and obesity.
So is there something, Kiriana, is there something challenging about the language we use about shocks, that we talk about a 1 in 1,000 year event, a 1 in 100 year event? We almost become numb to the word shock, and when Martin's talking about the diabetes shock, which is a long-term trend, you could talk about, I don't know, car accidents, the same. What we do with driving and cars as we go, well, there's a cost benefit, we're prepared to lose, it's a cold, hard equation, right? Prepared to lose X number of lives in order to drive at this speed. I mean, we could drive at 10 kilometres an hour and probably everybody would live. So is there a numbness to the sense of shock when some of these things are long-term?
Certainly, there is a numbness to things that develop over time, and so people find them natural or inevitable. But going back to the first part of your question about the use of language, I mean, language is certainly a problem, and one of the things I've found in my career is when I explain things to people, I do use a rule in explaining this, would my nana understand it? And I get that we've used lots of words in this room and in this panel which the average Kiwi would just roll their eyes and think, I don't really think about. I'm not calculating probability. I'm not thinking about 1 in 100. I'm actually needing to know what I need to do, what we need to do, what does the world need to do. Gee, I've either got those resources or I haven't got those resources. What you've just explained to me I can do or I can't do. So language is a problem if we can't have conversations at family levels, at community levels, at a national level in a way that people understand and actually have the resources to do something about.
And you've talked in the past, I know, about, I think it was in the Hawke's Bay floods where, we ran out of tampons or we ran out of formula.
Yeah.
So the resilience that people need to have in a small community, in the region. So let's talk about the difference between cities and regions. How do we become more resilient in those small communities when
Well, I would argue that there are
hits?
parts of cities who have just as little in their cupboard as people that are based in the regions. You've either got the discretionary ability to provide for your family for 96 hours or 7 days, or you haven't. I mean, there's a difference between the fact that your community no longer has safe water, and so we drop helicopters of water in. That makes sense. But there's large numbers of families who don't have baby formula or nappies or menstruation products or pick a thing sitting in their cupboard on the off chance that they're going to not be able to get to the store for 7 days. So I just think that the way in which, and I also completely agree that this is an all, most, or some conversation. And so for some people in this room, they're like, well, I don't even get what she's saying because I'm well-equipped, thanks. And it's not actually my problem if my neighbour hasn't got the ability to, you know, survive within their own resources for 7 days. And it might not necessarily be the government thinking that it's their problem, you know, right now. But I do think that the way in which we approach some of these things is going to definitely come down to the resourceability of those who can and those who can't.
Yeah. And do we have any data on whether we've got better individually of doing that preparation and being resilient? Do we have any data, Bryce, on that? Since COVID, since natural disasters?
I can say that. I mean, I agree with this point around translating all this kind of academic language into something very real. And I think that's part of the challenge. I'll answer your question in a second, but I think that's part of the challenge in how we're approaching, you know, some of the stuff around climate at the moment. There's this kind of belief that if we set the data free, then everyone's going to make great choices. You know, we're going to have a map, and we're going to give people access to that map. But we're not helping people understand what it's actually saying, what we expect them to actually, how they should digest that, what it actually means for them, what the choices are, and how they should respond to it. They just see a map with some blue lines on it. It's not helping anyone. So I think there's a lot more we need to do to make this very real for people, because if we think about ourselves as human beings, we're pretty useless at thinking about these long-term risks. All our natural kind of biases around how we think come to play. All the asymmetries that affect us around timing of costs and benefits and all that sort of stuff, it all gets in the way. So it's much easier to think about today and not tomorrow. The short term, not the long term. The common thing, they're putting the food on the table, not this kind of real risk. So that doesn't help. So we're not thinking about it, and then we're not giving people kind of the information to actually make good choices, right, about how they help. We do a survey each year that kind of asks people their attitudes and stuff around climate change, and we ask them questions like, are you prepared to act? And 70% of New Zealanders go, yeah, I'm prepared to do my bit.
70%?
70% say that. Are you doing it? 50% say yes. And are you doing it fully? This is them kind of going, yeah, I'm kind of doing it partly, I'm doing it a lot, I've nailed it. 20% have nailed it in their own opinion. Right, so we kind of say we're prepared to do these things, but we're not. And part of it is because we're not translating it into, well, here's what you can actually do.
Yeah.
Right? Here's how you go about it.
James, what's the balance between what government or regional councils, what government needs to do in order to get people prepared and what the individual needs to do? For example, and thank you, Kiriana, for acknowledging Mount Maunganui landslide, which is the most recent and tragic example of this. And of course, there'll be an inquiry, right, whether there should have been warnings beforehand. So thinking about that in general terms, like what's the balance between government's responsibility and individual responsibility here?
Well, I think it's a really hard question to really to answer in
and
the abstract.
Different for each circumstance.
I think so, yeah. But I think, you know, I think if you think about what can the Crown do, what can the central government do? I mean, there's a lot of that it can do in terms of actively managing kind of national scale risks, being really clear on, you know, what are the nature of the risks that we face as a nation, how do we prepare for those, have we got good systems in place where there's a good, clear who's coordinating, clear who's accountable for the delivery, etc. I think we've made some good progress on that with the National Risk Register and the resilience framework that we have. That's, you know, if people haven't seen it, it's like 28 national risks on them. They've all been assigned to an agency to manage. So there's those sorts of things. I think the other I think the Crown can do is there'll be residual risks that where people haven't prepared, and therefore the question is how does the Crown prepare to manage those? And there's a really big question there about should they you know, how much should they involve themselves, etc. But you know, the fact is that when events happen, the Crown steps in to some degree or another, whether it's fixing up its own assets, whether it's responding, sometimes it's helping out private individuals. So getting its fiscal position into good order. Ian talked about that this morning around the flood buffers,
for the last 2 days,
etc. So that's a really, that's a really critical thing that's there. I think also providing the frameworks for which local authorities can act. I mean, I think one of the big challenges, one of the things we've seen is the Resource Management Act, national direction under that. So, there's a national direction about how to manage the risks around hazards. So get that framework, and that allows local authorities to make those decisions within that framework. I think, the challenge will be to make sure it protects them, protects those decisions so they're robust to challenge and so forth, because we've seen where those frameworks aren't strong, you end up with challenges and you end up having to, building occurring in places where you shouldn't build. So
build the plane while you're flying.
There's those areas. And then I think the other point I think is just that kind of balance between, how do you incentivise those who are best placed to manage those risks, to manage them. And that's, I think, goes back to that kind of question about roles and responsibilities. What will the Crown do? What won't it do? And being really clear on those so that you incentivise those who are best placed to manage the risks to do that.
Martin, what have we learned from COVID about preparation, in your view?
I think the most important thing we can learn about the whole COVID experience is that a cost-benefit analysis should have been done by Treasury before the decision to lock down was made. And the data was all there. Treasury had done analysis on the economic costs of various policy interventions. New Zealand's leading epidemiologists, Professors Baker, Wilson and Blakely, had, before the lockdown occurred, they had presented estimates of fatalities under the two fundamentally different policy possibilities, mitigation or lockdown. All it would have taken was a couple of hours' work in Treasury for those two to be married together, and the result would have been there. Interestingly, two of those epidemiologists, Professors Wilson and Blakely, 3 months after we locked down, they did in fact do the whole job themselves. They compared New Zealand, Australia and Sweden in terms of the policy choices, and they concluded that the Swedish approach would have been much, much better for both New Zealand and Australia. Had Treasury done the analysis before we locked down on the 23rd of March 2020, they would presumably have reached exactly the same conclusion.
Kiriana, you were involved in the COVID response at some level. Lessons learnt? The inquiry starts today.
Well, I'll talk briefly about the role that I played in COVID. So I was the first DCE for COVID. So that was from February 2020 to July 2020, and then in August 20 I joined Hawke's Bay as the Chief Executive. So that was very interesting to go from a overall policy role into running a hospital and the funded services for a community of 180,000 over a very wide geographical area. Though I wouldn't necessarily say I did a policy role. Every day I just fought an implementation fire. We're parents, medicine people, essential workers. Should Ukraine and Russian fishermen go in to manage isolation after they come off deep sea fishing close to the Antarctic? Speaking to Polynesian ministers of faith about what social distancing should look like in a church that's generally heaving. So every day I hadn't appreciated as a health person how many trans-Tasman custody orders we have to enact between New Zealand and Australia, and what do we do with the 3-year-old who comes home by themselves and has to spend 2 weeks in managed isolation. So these were the types of things that I had to work through. How did supermarket workers feel safe if people were spitting on them? So I didn't spend so much time in the public health policy part. I spent more time in how did this person manage to escape isolation? Or why are people sending me emails dobbing in their neighbours because they look funny?
Yeah.
That's the kind of day-to-day activity.
To pick up on Martin's point, next time, and hopefully there isn't a next time in our lifetime, but would we be better equipped with a basic cost-benefit analysis of what policies are most effective?
We should always be better equipped.
Yes, yeah. Do you think we need another, we're about to do another inquiry into COVID. Do you support that?
Sorry, the question?
The inquiry into COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, you support that?
Well, I think that there
For
are
the lessons
elements.
learned?
Well, I mean, there are elements. I think. Well, I'll answer it this way. When I was brought in to be the Regional Recovery Agency manager, the inaugural one for Cyclone Gabrielle, the mana whenua business leaders, public sector, local government had a number of components that we need to address. We had an economic, infrastructure, cultural, social cohesion, agricultural, given how Hawke's Bay is the fruit capital of New Zealand. So we had to answer all of our decisions across more than one lens, and that's vitally important.
Yeah.
And so if this inquiry is covering angles that the previous inquiry haven't, that will be useful for this country, then we should embrace it.
Yeah. Bryce, one of the interesting things that, one of, I suppose, the consequences of a crisis or a shock is that we do sometimes get better at dealing with them. So EQC came about, I think, is it after the Second World War, I think, isn't it? And so we respond to a crisis and we have some systemic change.
Surely EQC would have been generated by the Napier earthquake of 1931.
Well, I wondered about that. Was it after?
There's a little bit out of that, and it was a War Damages Commission to start with, so it was kind of thinking about it ahead of World War II, and then after that it kind of morphed into the earthquake and war damages and .
So what would be, we've gone through COVID, we've gone through natural disasters, one very recently and tragically in January. What would be the systemic change that you would make now?
I think we need to reset the balance between managing disasters and managing risk. Every time we have a disaster, we're going to have a review, and we're going to tinker with something. We'll look at frameworks, we'll come up with a whole range of things. But we still tend to focus on response in New Zealand, and we do not think about risk and what we can do proactively to manage these things. And the title of this one's, unthinkable. Well, I think we need to puncture some fallacies. These things aren't unthinkable. They aren't unmanageable. Shouldn't kid ourselves that they are fully manageable. And we've got to puncture this fallacy that we've got a choice about, the way in which we respond. These things kind of overwhelm us from a physical point of view, from an emotional point of view, social, cultural, so we need to have a holistic kind of response to these things. We tend to think about them in very narrow ways, and we tend to think about them as a response. And we need to put that, we've still got to have that, right? Because there's going to be things that occur, by definition, a shock is something we're not prepared for. So you've got to have the ability to react, but there's so much more that we can and should be doing to get on the front foot to manage these things. So it's all about managing risk from my perspective.
It's interesting because, working for aid charities, we have a very clear process for anything, a disaster happening in the Pacific, a cyclone, an earthquake, a volcanic eruption. We have pre-positioned stock, tarpaulins, wash kits, all over the Pacific, so that wherever it happens, immediately you work with New Zealand Defence, MFAC coordinate it with the charities, and you've got the churches on the ground who are all set up as evacuation centres. So it's all, it's a logistical military operation when something happens. Don't always get it right, but then I look at when we have an earthquake, the Kaikoura earthquake, or we have a disaster here, we don't actually have the same approach that we do in the Pacific. We don't have pre-positioned stock of menstrual facilities or nappies or, but we do in the Pacific.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
And even on the flip side, I mean, look what James was talking about in terms of all the moving parts that we need to get right. This is not just an emergency management issue. It's a land use planning issue. It's a building and construction issue. It's a science system issue. It's a kind of a risk governance issue. It's a financial markets issue. If you think about how we need to manage these shocks, they cut across the entirety of society and all the regulatory systems that we have, yet we don't manage across that horizontal. We have a whole bunch of vertical systems that we hope are going to respond. So we don't set out, to your point around how you can set yourself up to respond, we can also set ourselves up to manage the risk in a much more integrated way, but we don't see it, we just don't do it.
And it's also, I think, interestingly enough, when we respond in the Pacific to a crisis or a disaster, we're very aware also of not just dumping stuff in and taking over what a local business should be doing, and better to, for example, in the Kaikoura earthquake, someone flew in a plane load of KFC to keep people, give people something to eat, rather than taking ingredients to the local cafes to help them to keep, business ticking over. So it feels like we have a slightly less sophisticated approach sometimes in New Zealand. There's a question here, Martin, from the audience. Should we accept that risk is always present and that eliminating all risk is beyond our measure, which we would all agree it is? But I guess it comes to that driving analogy, doesn't it? That we accept there is some risk if we want to drive at a certain speed. So how do you get that balance between we can't eradicate all risk, but we have to accept that there is some risk in everything?
The trade-off that's involved here is partly the risk you refer to, but it's also trying to trade off financial things against lives. And the classic example of that is COVID. Lots of lives are at stake depending upon which policy choice you make, and there's an awful lot of money at stake depending upon which policy choice you make. And if one particular policy did the best on both of those things, that's easy. But if one particular policy, such as lockdowns, saves more lives, but it involves more money, then you've got the trade-off problem. And there's a very well-established technology amongst economists, amongst health people, about how you make that trade-off. You put a value on a quality-adjusted life year. So medical academics do that in trying to decide which sort of health interventions are worth doing.
They differ, don't they? I mean, the value on a human life seems to differ from one government department to another.
Oh, absolutely.
What is the consensus?
Oh, absolutely. There is no consensus. So if you take Treasury has a value on a quality-adjusted life year of about $40,000. And they get that just by looking at the experience of Pharmac. What is the average quality-adjusted life years that Pharmac gets per year from its interventions divided by the money spent? Comes out at about $40,000. Medical academics do something quite different. They use a rule of thumb of GDP per capita. So they value a quality-adjusted life year at about $80,000. And then you have the transport people. They need to have a valuation on this because you can do something with a road that makes it safer. It costs money. It's going to save some lives, so you need a mechanism for trading them off. And they value a quality-adjusted life year at about $400,000 a year. So across the public sector, you've got different people doing different things, and they, to some degree, seem to be quite unaware of what is going on there. Looking at what our medical academics have to say, they seem utterly oblivious to what's going on in the transport area, but it's exactly the same issue. So we need uniformity in this area, and therefore the question is, which of these technologies is the best? Well, just looking at what Pharmac does, that's not telling you anything about how much we value lives. GDP per capita, how does that tell us anything about how we value lives? But the transport people have done it more rigorously. They've conducted analysis with surveys of people, present them with different scenarios, and from that wrung out a valuation. And they come to about $400,000 per quality adjusted life year. So that's a much more serious figure than any of the other numbers. And it ought to be uniformly applied to the public sector. But the problem in this area, the great problem in this area, is that the surveys that have been done by the transport people coming up with the $400,000 for a quality adjusted life year, that's how much we'd be prepared to pay as a community to add 1 year to the life of one person. But what if you're looking at something like COVID, where the death toll would be vastly larger than that? You're not going to be paying $400,000 for the 10,000th life and the 20,000th and the 30,000th. You're going to be paying less and less and less because money's limited.
Well,
and
yes.
as with anything, the value we put on something declines the more of it we get. So we need some serious work doing on that transport stuff, not simply to extrapolate it to the rest of the public sector, but to understand how much it comes down when you're dealing with tens of thousands of lives.
It's a good challenge. I hope someone picks up. But before I ask you to say what you think the next big shock is and what we need to do to be prepared, James, do we realistically, you've talked about having the fiscal preparation, the fiscal capacity to deal with the next disaster, the next natural disaster or whatever. Is that realistic? Can we afford that? Can we afford EQC? Can we afford these things now?
Well, I think, Ian outlined this morning some quite interesting fiscal challenges we have in terms of the underlying trends and demography putting pressure on our underlying baselines and so forth. But that's something why I think when we think about our advice on fiscal strategy is to ensure that when you provide a buffer in your you manage your finances to provide a buffer so that your debt levels are, if you need to borrow to fund a response, you've got that ability to do that without putting pressure in the market. So that's why our advice is about making sure you manage a prudent level of debt, recognising there will be shocks that come through. So the answer is, yes, we're in a good position in terms of our finances. We've got that capacity to be able to borrow, but you've got to be able to then pay that off between shocks in order to restore those buffers. And that's a very political, I think across the globe, the ability to put your fiscal positions become increasingly challenging, particularly because of those demographic positions. And then that opens up choices about then who pays for when these shocks occur. So the question then is do you introduce new mechanisms to pre-fund some of these issues so that your beneficiary, that those who are benefiting from that will come through. EQC is a good example of that positive compensation scheme that we have for financial failures. Another example of that, just an ability to raise funds in order to pre-fund some of those shocks. I was thinking about the earlier discussion around when we talked about shocks becoming more of a trend, and I did wonder whether that approach where we typically say let's allow a buffer for so we can afford the shock and then pay it off later, which we've tended to ratchet up and we don't do. Whether we should be thinking about these things as these shocks become more frequent, that they are a trend, and that we should be starting to build these expenditures into our baseline expenditure. And then that would then force the conversations around trade-offs between this level of expenditure and other expenditure, how you pay for that, who pays for it, etc.
And those are all very political questions, right?
There's
a question here from Frank, which I think the answer very quick. Sorry, Bryce. Yeah.
I think we need to be, this is about expectations, and I think we need to be managing expectations a lot better because there are some pretty brutal trade-offs. We're kind of talking about shocks here that might still be within the realm of manageable. A Canterbury earthquake is kind of manageable. That feels like it's within the fiscal envelope. If we think about, one of your questions about what is a likely shock, well, 25% chance of the Hikurangi going in the next 50 years. What does that mean? It's a 9+ something event that's going to smash Wellington. And, okay, it smashed Wellington. What does that really mean? Well, it could mean $150 billion worth of property damage. That's one estimate. It probably means a loss of a functioning government at another level. So some of these things are manageable, some of these things are just not manageable. So I think being really clear about those things and what that actually means for us so we can actually set the right expectations is really, really important. Otherwise, I think we're probably kidding ourselves and we probably aren't going to be prepared.
Yeah. So that leads on, Kiriana, to the last question. Yeah, what do you think is the next big shock coming and what do we need to do to prepare?
Yeah, well, it's good that you introduced the word big, because I was going to say, well, the next shock, if shock is something that's going to overwhelm a system quickly, is probably the rain that's going to happen in the next 24 hours for parts of New Zealand. I'm going to leave straight after this because I've got to drive to Auckland to hopefully fly to Hawke's Bay.
And Bryce is in the insurance industry, so never a dull day.
Yeah, so I think shock is potentially relative. If we're saying big shock is in something that's going to impact on all of New Zealand, then it is the traditional ones that are going to be inevitable because we choose to live in this beautiful country. So it is going to be a natural disaster. It is potentially going to be a global pandemic, and if anyone was in the methamphetamine, it's going to be some kind of war on the streets amongst international cartels to get a greater hold into the methamphetamine business. So
lots to look forward to.
All of those things someone will be worrying about at night.
James? I don't know why I'm smiling.
I would make that point that shocks aren't always negative, they can be positive. So we've had benefits of over time of terms of trade shocks and reductions in interest rates. So they've actually benefited our economy. So just to kind of give a bit more of a positive spin on that.
Thank you.
But I don't know what the next big shock is. If you look back, I guess having lived through the last 10, 15 years, I've always been kind of surprised by these things, and you think, oh, these are unthinkable. But then if you look back over 100 years, we've had all sorts of shocks. We've had loss of markets, we've had earthquakes, we've had financial firm failures, we've had pandemics, all those sorts of things. So,
global wars.
So it could be anything. We know, again, with points I think we want to make, again, you've just got to plan for that uncertainty. And you also got, I think, so there's the management of those events, those risks, those actual shocks or events that happen, but also think about how do you make sure that the economy is best placed to be resilient to when those shocks occur. It's getting your labour market right, it's getting your capital markets right so they can respond and shift resources. We saw the labour shifting during COVID, which was really positive for the economy. It's exchange rate being a buffer to those shocks. It's getting good regulatory frameworks which allow for resources to shift and adjust. It's about being clear on those risks and just actively managing it. And I think also, again, thinking about the fiscal, Crown as an ultimate backstop for some of these things, making sure the fiscal position's in a place to respond.
Basically being Chicago in a snowstorm, not Austin.
Exactly, yeah.
Bryce, anything to add to your comment about the next big shock?
Oh, there's a whole list of them that could happen, obviously. We should not, the next shock should not be us realising, oh, we could have done something about it. And we'll be surprised. We'll go, oh my God, it happened again and we could have done something. We should not let that be the next kind of shock. And I think in doing something about it, we should not, and I think this has been a bit of a theme throughout all the talks, is resort to thinking that there's one thing we can do to solve it, or kind of admiring the problem for too long. I think we need to be really clear about the outcomes we want, be realistic about what that actually means for us, and actually realise it's going to take a big program of work to get there. We like to think that, what's the one thing? It's not one thing. It's lots of things, and we shouldn't be surprised by that, and we should just get on and do it.
Yeah. Martin?
At the risk of straying out of my lane as an economist into biology, I sense that we are genetically programmed to respond to shocks because we can do something about it. A large predator is approaching us and there is a tree we can climb up. We're not genetically programmed to respond to trends like a new ice age because there's nothing we could do about it. That's the genetic inheritance we've got. But we are now living in a world in which we have the capacity to do things about climate change or about lifestyle diseases, but we haven't got the genetic programming to do it. So we should not focus on shocks as opposed to trends because of our genetic programming. We can do better than that now. We need to focus on the underlying trends. And within that area, listening to the talk this morning on the meth question, well, that came out of a lab. What on earth is going to come out of a lab next that is even more appealing to the people who currently aren't enticed by meth or MDMA? God knows what can come out of a lab next. The incentives to produce something out of a laboratory that addicts 90% of the population, the incentive is there.
And I think just summing all of that up, it's nice what you said, James, that even the worst crises and disasters can help us get better at preparing and understanding what we need to do next time. So thank you to all of you. Please put your hands together. Please thank the panel for a great conversation. Slightly terrifying, but a really good conversation. So now I think we are going to a morning tea. Is that right? Yes, we're going to a morning tea. The session here will be finished. That looks like they're not quite finished. We were on time. They're a bit behind. But there are cups of tea and coffee and morning tea behind you. And then we will come back for the final sessions shortly after that. I think it's in... Yeah, what Jen said. Thanks very much, everybody.
The world of finance is being transformed by incredible technology, from cash to crypto and wallets to wearables. If you want a career at the cutting edge, Waikato's Bachelor of Banking Financing Technology is New Zealand's first specialist fintech degree, built for the future of digital money.
I chose BB Fintech because it's practical, exciting, and gives me the tools I need for tomorrow's jobs. What I enjoy most is exploring big global trends in finance, like blockchain, AI, cybersecurity, and the Internet of Things.
Fintech is like having a bank in your pocket 24/7. You can trade shares, apply for a loan, and even get investment advice from a chatbot.
This degree isn't just about theory. In the Finance Trading Lab, we test our skills with real market data, just like the professionals.
Plus, we tackle real-world projects with industry that bring our learning to life. So top it off, the degree includes a fintech internship at a company of your choice, so you're ready to hit the ground running.
Fintech skills are in demand worldwide, and the career options are endless.
The future of finance is here. Be part of it with the Bachelor of Banking, Finance and Technology, only at the University of Waikato.
In a world full of noise, there is a quiet hum. The hum of people looking at the big stuff in great detail. At the University of Waikato, we're proud of our researchers tackling the big stuff head on, together. Because together we are mighty and our mahi goes far. Together we can see possibility in a world that is gasping, grasping and demanding action now. Together we can find calm in the chaos, to recalibrate and challenge everything we thought we knew, to dig deep and find solutions that will stick, to help us build a fairer world, a cleaner planet, and keep us tracking towards the goals that really matter with an open mind to new perspectives. So here's to the big thinkers and their brave, quiet work, building a tomorrow full of hope.
Everybody from morning tea. We're now going to go straight into the last two panels. The first one is the social investment panel, social investment, a generational shift or reckless profiling. And I'd like to introduce Anna Strutt, who is facilitating this, and she will introduce the panellists. But Anna will be familiar to many of you who have been at these forums before. And just before I continue, if you could all sit down, that would be lovely. If you can all come back from morning tea, ding, ding, ding. Or as they do in primary schools these days. Thank you. The teaching sector got it. If you can take your seats, please. We have managed to keep this whole event for the last 2 days on time, and we're not going to let anyone ruin that right now. So we're nearly there. This is always the stage where it all turns to custard. So if you can all sit down, that would be wonderful. Thank you for the social investment panel. So Anna, when I first came to my first forum, it was with a panel with Anna, and it was a really great experience, and every year Anna has been part of this, and now coming into the last bit of the day, she's going to facilitate this. Anna is, of course, the Professor of Economics at the University of Waikato's Management School. Her research focuses on trade and international economic policy and how it shapes the global economy. So couldn't think of anyone more qualified to have a discussion right now on social investment. So Anna, thank you for facilitating this, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, those lights are bright when they come on. And thanks very much for getting back to your seat. It's hard that last morning, isn't it? You wanted to catch up with people, but it's been a wonderful conference. Delighted to join you for this session on social investment. 2 years ago, some of you who are regulars may remember that we had a session on social investment, and at that time we focused on the question of what difference will it make? Well, here we are 2 years later, and we're going to build on that conversation with a focus on whether social investment represents a generational shift or whether it risks reckless profiling. Social investment in New Zealand, I think most of us are familiar with this idea. It's data-driven, it's evidence-driven. It really aims to use the data and the early intervention to improve outcomes. But it also raises hard questions about things like targeting, risk profiling, labelling, and the exercise of state power. So for a small country like New Zealand, this is a very much on-topic panel. We've got limited resources. It's not just a technical debate. It's really choices about the sorts of social policy system we want in the long run. So I'm delighted to be joined by our three panellists. Graham is well known to many of you. He's been quite a regular at our forums. In fact, last year, I was remembering that he stepped in at the very last moment for Max, who had a flight issue, and Graham stepped in on the tax panel last year. So we've given him a little more notice this year, but really delighted to have you with us, Graham. Graham is a director at Saperi. He's chair of the Social Investment Board and a former secretary of the Treasury. So very well known to many of us in the room. Rachel Inosa is the chief executive of the Cause Collective and the establishment chief executive of the Tatua Collective, which is the Whānau Ora commissioning agency for Pacific peoples. So we're delighted to have the perspectives that you're going to bring to this, Rachel. Max Rashbrook is a senior research fellow at the School of Government at Victoria University of Wellington. He's a writer on inequality and democratic renewal, and we're really delighted to have you here, Max, in person, live, and looking forward to the different perspectives that each of our panellists will bring to this really important discussion. Just a reminder, we welcome your questions from the floor. I've got the iPad ready, so please do feed those questions through. And our wonderful team at the back does some light editing sometimes, but then forwards them through. But to start with, what I'd like to do is turn to each of the panellists in turn and ask them just to take a couple of minutes setting up some context to the discussion, to the perspectives that they each bring, and focusing on, you know, what's the biggest benefit of social investment in New Zealand, what's the biggest risk, and which should weigh most heavily for a small country like ours, and why? So Graham, let's start with you, please.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be back at this forum. I've always enjoyed them greatly. I must clarify, though, just for the record, that as chair of the advisory board, I have no governance function over the SIA, and I'm not in any way representing the government here or the SIA, and some of the views I'll give will be personal. Look, this conference is about big choices that our country must face, and the choice I want to talk about is how to improve the effectiveness of the resources that we're spending in social policy. The need for change is obvious and well known. The statistics continue to show that social outcomes for Māori and Pacific lag behind by substantial amounts the rest of the population, but then within the rest of the population, behind the averages, there are cohorts in there that are similarly disadvantaged to Māori and Pacific. And we've got to think about, well, why is that after so many years of us talking about this problem, and what is it that social investment can do about it? And the proposition that I'll put to you is well known but worth repeating, that the scope of the resources for social investment that we're spending, firstly, is not just about what the government's spending, because the complementary resources provided by philanthropy, by community organisations, by volunteers, by families and individuals themselves, there's a lot more resources than just the government's resources that are involved in this. And as has been well documented by the Productivity Commission 10 years ago, at a time when I was a commissioner, the way in which the government is funding a lot of social policy, for all its benefits in many dimensions, when it comes to the way in which it funds not only its own services, but contracts out to other providers, inherent in the way they do it are distortions to the objectives, the way they're set, the way they're monitored and achieved, and also is hopeless in tailoring support for families in particular situations and communities. So what are the essential elements of social investment that represent a promising addition to the way in which we do social policy? Well, first of all, it's setting objectives in terms of outcomes, whereas the system at the moment is inclined to set as objectives the delivery of services, rather than what those services actually result in. Secondly, for some of the services, the decisions are being made in the wrong places and should be made much closer in communities to those families, and for some policies, the support should go directly to the families. Thirdly, there's a need for an emphasis on constant reallocation and agility in tuning services up and reframing them on the basis of flows of information, which has not been happening. And finally, and terribly importantly, we need policies and practices for data democracy, data ownership, governance, privacy, and in particular, interoperability, so that data can travel safely across systems. Other point I want to emphasize is that the original vision of Whānau Ora is an exemplar of some of the principles that we think in my board is vital for social investment to take on. In particular, and most importantly, is the overarching kaupapa to support people and families to be resilient in moving towards preferred life courses. The tools of social investment can be applied not only the 190 million that's going to get spent in 4 years through the fund, but also back in the 80 to 90 billion, which is being spent directly from inside the government. I think with careful implementation we can do this, because there are live examples. This isn't new. There are many organisations out there at the moment doing exactly this. They just don't get the visibility that they deserve. And the board's got a lot of case studies that I can perhaps talk about in questions that prove that. Finally, what are the risks about all of this? To me, they're all in the implementation. This is complicated. It involves sensitive political issues. It involves change management away from dealing with problems that have already emerged into preventive, and that means shifts in resources. Now, what I've said so far sounds very sort of nerdy and economistic, which it is. The thing I want to emphasize from the studies that we've already done is that all the successful examples of this show a capacity for collaborative behaviours and cultures in organisations which are absolutely essential to solve the problem of how money that's trickling down vertically gets spread sideways and downwards with different accountabilities. You can only do that with changes in culture and organisations, and those cultures will slowly emerge as the government changes the way it deals with them. So I think the start that's been made in social investment is worthy. We had a hiatus for a while. The SIA is a start-up in many respects. It's going to be years to get all of this in place, but I'm recommending that we should take it, this initiative seriously, keep working at it over a period of years ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Rachel.
Thank you. So my background is more in community development and social entrepreneurship, so that's how I will approach the questions that have been asked. When I think about the theme for the forum, looking at big choices as a small nation, certainly how we choose to use our data is one of those big choices that we now face. Are we going to use our data to create a better future for everybody, for all New Zealanders, or are we going to use it to continue to tell the story of the future that we already know, that we already have? I am a big supporter of the social investment approach, but let me explain a little bit more about my opening statement there. I think the challenge we've had to date with social investment is that we have focused a lot on retrospective administrative data, which tells an important part of the story, but it doesn't tell all of the story for individuals and families who are in need. And when we're making decisions, investment decisions, there's also other data that we should be considering. The part of the question for this posed to this panel is about the benefits and thinking about the prevention system. It's very hard to invest in the prevention system when most of the focus is on the bottom of the cliff, if we put it that way. So a lot of the investment is based on looking at need that level of need, and that's appropriate. But when we just look at investing in the bottom of the cliff, we only treat the symptoms, and we don't actually get around to looking at the causes of complex social problems. And looking at generational shifts, I think we need to tell ourselves the truth. If we don't look at the causes of complex social issues, then we're never actually going to get the generational shifts that we're after. Because I like social entrepreneurship, one of the other things that comes to mind to me when I think about this topic is some other organisations around the world and looking at what they're doing. And there are sophisticated organisations that have realised the benefit of real-time insights and data and information. And in having those, they're able to anticipate and respond to need very quickly. And the example I use here is some of the big tech companies. So if we think about Google, Meta, and Amazon, some people might argue that those large tech companies know more about the lives of everyday Kiwis than any government agency will. And why is that? Well, it's because they offer a clear value exchange. We give them our data and they give us something of value in return, whether that is social interaction, access to products and services in a very convenient way, or whether it's a transfer of knowledge and information on topics that we're actually interested in. These are all things one might suggest that we want our community and public services to do. And I think that is the real opportunity here, is that we look at what we're doing in the social investment space and how we can start to partner with individuals, families and communities to input their data and insights in real time and to help inform decision making that's being made. If we can understand better their decision-making processes, their preferences for services, their behaviours and attitudes towards different areas of social policy or social investment, then we can see some real change happening. To the risk side, sure, there's plenty of risk there in terms of looking at social investment and whether it becomes something that we use to socially profile different cohorts of the population. But I think if we are looking at how we can engage individuals and families directly into the process, that starts to go away, that level of risk starts to dissipate. To me, the biggest risk here is that we continue doing what we're currently doing, that we accept inertia in the system and we just continue as status quo. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Anna, and thank you, Graham and Rachel, for those really thoughtful contributions. I wanted to offer a critique not of social investment itself, which I think is a basic concept, is really hard to disagree with, but a caution about a particularly narrow version of what social investment could be, which I think is implicit in some of the things that people say and think about social investment and some of the hopes that people have for it. And the thing I want to critique here is the search for the cascade, the perfect, cheap micro-intervention that, by making some kind of change in people's lives, will then cascade right throughout the rest of their life course and suddenly solve all of their issues. I take that term cascade from an article by the American economist Megan Stevenson, who wrote a really amazing 2023 paper that I recommend people read, and it's called Cause, Effect, and the Structure of the Social World. And in this paper, she's looking at randomized control trials, so the gold standard of evidence, about interventions in American criminal justice. And these interventions are everything from the softer end, you might say, rehabilitation programs, behavioral regulation programs, post-incarceration employment programs, right through to the more punitive end, scared straight, boot camps, that kind of thing. And her main conclusion is that when you look at the evidence around these programs, the search for that really amazingly cheap but effective intervention is, quote, mostly a myth, end quote. Stevenson looks at 120 randomized control trials about American criminal justice interventions. Fewer than a quarter of them show any real positive impact. And even those ones that have one positive study are almost never replicable. So they're highly contingent on the place they were done, the people who were delivering that service, the background conditions. Now, there is obviously a question about how generalizable Stevenson's findings are. Not everything is necessarily like the American criminal justice system. And I'm certainly not saying that I think there are no targeted interventions in social services in New Zealand that work. But I do think the lessons of that paper should give us real caution about thinking that there are these amazing, cheap, effective interventions just out there waiting to be discovered. And the reason that Stevenson says so many of the interventions are ineffective is because everyone is embedded in a social context that is very, she calls it a stabilizer, but you could also say it's very sticky. And if people are living in communities that are really, really struggling with poverty, with experiencing discrimination and racism, with low educational outcomes, with poor health, with all kinds of problematic background conditions, and you pluck them out of those conditions for a moment, you deliver an intervention to them, and then they go back to those same conditions, why would we expect their lives to be profoundly changed? And I think that intuition is consistent with what we know of history. And when we think about the things that really changed New Zealand life in the 20th century, the big choices for a small nation, to go back to the title for this event, they were big, expensive, universalist or quasi-universalist government programs. So free public education, free public health care, at least for secondary care, the creation of a social security net, even things like state housing, not universal, but a big, big systematic intervention. None of this is an argument, as I said, against social investment per se. What I want to caution people against is allowing the idea of social investment, perhaps distorted, Graham might argue, to narrow our focus and to close ourselves off from recognizing that there are very, very big picture forces that we need to grapple with, and those things have to be in our minds all the time when we're thinking about tackling social issues, when we're thinking about social investment.
Thank you very much for those intro comments that give an idea of the rich perspectives that we've got in this area. Max, your comments actually lead me into one of the first questions that we've got, and it's really, I guess, grappling with this idea of what problem is social investment trying to solve that traditional approaches didn't? And do we actually have the, what's the evidence, what does it actually tell us about whether social investment impacts outcomes? Is it strong? Is it still uncertain? What sort of evidence do we have on this? If we start with you, Max, and then we'll check in with Rachel and Graham.
Well, I think in a sense it's probably too early to say. I mean, I think Graham's point about Social Investment Agency being a startup was well made. I mean, it really is early days, and I don't think we should expect miracles from it yet. I mean, and despite my opening comments, you know, obviously I do think there's promise in the approach itself about mobilizing better data, about being more rigorous at evaluating what government does, about trying to put money into the things that will have a long-term impact. I think one of the problems is that, and Rachel would know this probably better than anyone else, when you're engaging with families, with whānau, with individuals who are really, really struggling, the reality is that effective interventions are liable to take quite a long time to show their impacts. And another great danger, I think, in this area, one is a narrowing of focus, another one is sort of tyranny of the data, you know, doing things because there's data on them rather than because they're necessarily the most effective intervention. And I think the third one is because social investment exists in a political context, the great danger is that, you know, immediate results are seized on and are taken as evidence of effectiveness, when actually over 10 years, the things that look ineffective initially might be the things that are most effective, and the things that look really good in the short term actually don't have lasting effects. So, you know, what is social investment doing? I think it's too early to say. Yeah.
So cautious optimism. Rachel, from your perspective, what evidence have you seen? Is it strong? Where is it uncertain? Where does social investment really make a difference from your perspective, very close to the ground?
Yeah. So the first point I wanted to make was about outcomes, because there is a lot of talk and rhetoric about outcomes. And I think in practical terms, there's quite a bit of work still to be done to take frontline service providers into that space of being able to deliver to outcomes, because really the contracts and the systems are still very much purchasing outputs. And so getting to the evidence base where we can really say, well, there's measurable impacts and outcomes in the medium to longer term, we don't have that yet. If I think about the work we're doing in whānau water commissioning, the benefit of having decisions made closer to communities, we are already starting to see that. So, I mean, we're certainly new to the space. We're still in the first 12 months of establishment. But if I think about some of the data that we're already seeing, one of the big priority areas, I think about 40% of the families that we're working with, they say that financial stress is their top priority. And, you know, it would be easy to think, okay, the solution is going to be, financial stress, it's budgeting advice, or let's put something in there to support them on a pathway towards greater financial literacy. But then when we unpack that and look at more of that demand side data that I was talking about earlier, we get to see that actually a lot of these families have the literacy and the understanding. There are other issues that are sitting there that are keeping them financially stressed, and that might be related to the fact that they provide remittance to their families in Pacific homelands, or it might be that there's been funerals or in the family or cultural obligations that they have to give money to. So things like that, which actually tell a different story. It's not necessarily just a blanket approach to budgeting advice. There's something else that's actually needed that we can target our services to support these families into more financial stability.
Thank you very much. We've got quite a specific question here, and I wonder, Graham, whether this is something that you might like to have a go at. Should the government and philanthropists make significant use of social impact bonds? Is that something you've given any thought to, Graham?
Yes, quite a lot, but I'd like to answer the...
You'd like to comment on that one first? Sure.
Contextualise it, because I think... can you hear me? I was given this... Is it all right?
It's all good.
One? Yeah, closer.
Yeah.
I think the context that Max and Rachel have put forward there is perfect for me to say what I wanted to say. Firstly, that social investment is not a Swiss Army knife that can be used for all sorts of different things. It takes place inside a context of those large policies that Max has described. But then listen to what Rachel said. You're in a situation where what looked like somebody had a financial problem for which the answer was a budgetary problem, and it turned out there was something else behind the budgetary problem. And that's the very kind of circumstance where these methods can add most. And the reason they can is that instead of an organisation like Rachel's and many others having some of their money coming at them to do budgetary support, some of it coming up to help people get a job, some of it coming up to help people with family violence and drug problems, what it does is pull that money and put it in the hands of organisations like Rachel's, where they make the decision as to what do you do in response to what you see. And that's where the enormous efficiency gain comes, particularly for people with long-lasting, complex problems, which the Productivity Commission report called Quadrant D, for those who are familiar with it, So I've been very careful to say that social investment is there for dealing with certain kinds of problems and should stay away from others. Now, what are the certain kinds of problems, and I will come to the bond in a moment, that it's solving? Think about it this way. Social investment, for the nerds amongst you, can be seen as a generic solution to a problem of collaboration where all your lines of accountability are vertical, but the situations you're trying to apply to require accountability lines that are horizontal between people working together in a collective of some kind, and downwards to people whose lives you're trying to support to put on a better track. Inland Revenue uses exactly the same kind of techniques and models with the tax system. So partly this is a generic solution to the collaboration problem which the Productivity Commission put its finger on. Where do social bonds belong in this? Well, can I leave the ideological preferences people may or might have about that and look at it from a technical standpoint? What you're trying to do is to leverage the government's resources, not only with other financial resources that charities and so on bring to the table, but the volunteer work, the energy that's in other organisations, which I also mentioned. And so there will be circumstances where a social bond of some kind is an efficient way of leveraging the government's involvement, shifting some risks that the government is not good at managing into the private sector. There are bonds where, there's lots of these things around the world. New Zealand's very slow to get onto it. But they do have a place in the scheme of things, but it's relatively small in the larger scheme of things. Thank you.
Thanks. We've got a very popular question here that follows on really nicely from what we've just been discussing there. And the question is, and I'm going to start with you, Rachel, on this one because it follows on really well from some of the comments you were making. Do we actually have the institutional capacity to implement it well? Or is implementation the biggest risk?
When you say institutional capacity, are you talking about from a government perspective? Or?
Well, let's start with your perspective. So what's your perspective on the capacity we have to implement it well? And then we'll take it up to our other panellists and talk at a perhaps government institutional level as well.
Well, I can respond to that probably from the community commissioning position. And I think it's a huge undertaking to do community-based commissioning, which is essentially devolution of parts of what government does into a community setting. I absolutely think it is the right thing to do, and we should be talking more about devolving services, but it is a huge undertaking. I think about the whirlwind of activity that we have had to do to stand up a new commissioning agency in less than 12 months and have a frontline workforce hit the ground running, picking up caseloads effectively immediately. That we've done it, but it has required a lot of learning as we go, learning by doing, and also working very closely with our government partners. And it's new ways of working, and rough and ready is okay, but I think if we keep doing what we've already always been doing, we will never actually get to that point of change if we say, oh, well, have we got capacity? We have to find a way to make it work.
Thanks. And, Max and Graham, I'll also ask you about this sort of institutional capacity to implement it well. But if you could also give your thoughts on, is it politically durable in New Zealand, as well as the institutional capacity? So, Max, perhaps we can turn to you.
Look, I would echo a lot of what Rachel said. I've recently helped launch a think tank called the Institute for Democratic and Economic Analysis. One of our first reports was on welfare to work services, which included looking at youth employment schemes in particular. And there's a huge amount of overlap and duplication there. You've got programs like He Poto Rangatahi, the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, the Youth Service, all doing relatively similar things with different pots of money. And one of the things that we called for in our report on that issue was exactly community commissioning. But to stand that up, to empower those organisations to come together and jointly decide what it is that they need in each given area, and then, you know, compete for a joined up pool of money from government, is a pretty significant undertaking. And so one of the questions I would have is, how are those organisations going to be resourced to do that community commissioning? Another institutional capacity thing, I think, is about the quality and the availability of data. In these conversations, people often are very full of excitement about the integrated data infrastructure, the IDI, as it's often known, which is this huge database of joined up administrative data on your interactions with government. And look, it is a very impressive resource, but when I go and talk to NGOs who work in the social sector, they say there's so much data that matters about people's lives that is not in the IDI, and it's not anywhere near the IDI, because some of these people aren't even interacting with government or are doing so as little as possible. There's so much qualitative data about the quality of people's lives, their social relations, their community, that at the moment is just not captured at all. So there's a question about how well can we do social investment if we don't have all those data sources. And just lastly, is it politically durable? Well, Chris Hipkins was asked about this recently on Morning Report, I think. In my recollections, he said that Labour would maintain social investment, at least in some form. I think Labour's decision to effectively mothball it while in government last time was a really significant mistake, and frustrating, because I think the wellbeing approach, the living standards framework that Labour implemented in social investment are not nearly as different as their respective partisans would have you believe. I think everyone is moving slowly towards recognising that we need to see people more holistically and have a better idea of what works holistically. There is still some residual resistance or resentment, I think, towards social investment on the left because of some of the mistakes that were made when Mark I was implemented by people like Paula Bennett, and some of the ways that I think people were stigmatised through that process. But I think that is easing. I think we're getting towards a better, not exactly a consensus, but hopefully a more sensible approach towards social investment.
Just on the institutional question, some of it's easy. There's no particular difficulty, although it just requires work and focus, but all the equipment's in place to get the major ministries to tune up their capacity for doing data and analytics and helping to use that information to do this kind of thing within their existing businesses. It doesn't all have to be about huge collaborations or even community commissioning. There's a lot that can be done with the structures you've already got by shifting the focus from delivering services to thinking about what you're producing with the services. And there's a wonderful case study I don't have time to talk about which illustrates precisely the point. The institutional challenge is much more in the area that Rachel was talking about, which is when you do community commissioning, who are you doing it with? Do these organisations exist? In a lot of cases they don't, but what we do know, the ones that do work, there's enough of them that succeed in doing that, and a lot of lessons from Whanau are relevant here. So it is clear we can do it. And can I move to the data question though, because Max is making a point which is enormously important to me. There's a cartoon version of social investment which says, first of all, you set an outcome target, like we want everybody to be in work or something or other, pass some exam. Then you allocate some money to somebody who's allowed to do just about anything they want to with this money to reach this conclusion, but it's going to be very rich in data. You'll know exactly whether they did it or not. Well, that's a cartoon. There are so many places where you can't meet those conditions, and yet you can see on the ground organisations already doing things which are much better than the status quo. This stuff doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be better than what you're getting now. In a lot of cases, what you're getting now is plainly distorted by problems of collaboration and vertical lines of accountability going to organisations who've built their whole business processes around those structures. You know, what the government's got out there is what it deserves from the way it's been funding. So the big challenge, I think, is to get community commissioning to work, but there's clear evidence that it can. It's just going to take a lot of care and attention to get it in place.
And I'm going to come to Rachel in just a moment on this community commissioning. But just a comment on the data. I mean, you know, data is hugely important. We're in this context of making big choices for a small country. In order to make those choices, you need to have some transparency about what the data is, what the objectives are, what you're achieving, what you're not achieving. But the problem with this area, or one of the problems, is that a lot of it is much more complex than some of our data can capture. There's a lot of interactive things. There's a lot of qualitative outcomes that are really important, but are very difficult to measure in a meaningful way. And, you know, this is from an economist that thinks about data a lot, but I also recognise the limitations in these sorts of situations. But Rachel, if we can talk a little bit more about this community commissioning. You know, how does it change who holds the power, and how trust is built?
Yeah. So I think ultimately we want to see that shift in power, and when we talk about power, I'm thinking also the decision making, as has been mentioned, bringing that closer to families and communities who are directly impacted by the services that they're receiving. Just touching on the data, so one of the things that we are seeing in the community commissioning emerge is that sometimes the data, the administrative data that we capture versus the data that we get from the insights we gather from individuals and families, there can be differences in the data sets. And sometimes people might think that is a problem or a challenge, or what do you do when community's saying one thing, but actually the data that we're putting into the IDI is saying something different. I don't think it is a problem. I think what, as Max had mentioned, sometimes we only capture a small part of people's lives in the data. It's when they enter the system, then we gather that information on them. But there's such a richness of information that we're also capturing. If I think about what we're doing in whānau ora is very strengths-based. So we capture information about the strengths of families. So looking at their social and cultural capital that exists there, which is often hidden or invisible when we're just looking at need and risk. And we also capture information about their aspirations. Now, that's key when you're thinking about behaviour change. What is driving those families for the change? What are their hopes and dreams for the future? So being able to get the full picture of what's happening for families, then we start to be able to see decision-making and power shift in the way that we're making those decisions. Just the final point I would make about the differences in the data, I think the administrative data is very good at telling us what the problem is, and the whānau and individual level data is very good at telling us why that problem is persistent and very tricky to solve.
So let me follow on from that, and Max, I'll turn to you first and then seek some comments from Graham on this one. How do we ensure that social investment strengthens rather than undermines trust? And you know, what safeguards accountability are essential if the state is using predictive data to target interventions? Any comments from you, Max?
Yeah, I think, I'll be really interested in Graham's take on this. I think, I don't have a detailed technical answer, but I think there's a generic point that you can make that's really important, and I think in a way Rachel's made it already. And it is about a degree of individual and community control over these processes. And so that's not just the devolution of some choices about what kind of services do people receive, which obviously is at the heart of whānau ora, and I think that's incredibly powerful. But it's also making sure that people feel ownership over their data and they know how their data is going to be used, that social investment really delivers on its promise, the same promise that is made through whānau ora, that this is not about doing things to people, it is about doing things with them. I think that's absolutely crucial because, and again, I think there were some mistakes made, particularly in social investment Mark I, where the approach did seem to be, let's draw up a map of all the problems that people have and how they concentrate, and let's really hone in on the 5% of families who we think are a problem. And that was the whole dynamic, and that is not something that's going to increase trust or people's sort of sense of positivity about the thing. But if you are saying, look, okay, this is actually genuinely about empowering people and we're going to be transparent about all of this, and you are going to be empowered through this process, and we put structures in place that make sure that that happens, then I think that's conducive to a system that people trust.
The data governance and ownership issues are absolutely crucial to this, otherwise you'll destroy trust. And Max is right, they made some very bad decisions earlier about the coercive use of data, which sort of got as far as saying, if you don't give us your data, we won't give you the money. And so what you need is a prior set of principles about data ownership, the control of data, and the permissioning of data to be used for legitimate purposes, and that includes the state. Unless it's got legislative power under the Stats Act or something to use data for some purpose, it's got no more right to use it than anyone else without permission. And that needs to be made clear. The other point I really want to emphasise, that's been made, but I want to underscore it. You see, to get trust inside these community organisations as they emerge, it's got to be very clear that they set their goals for their organisation to give the kind of support of exactly the sort that we've seen in 18 evaluations of the South Island whānau ora, for example. But if you want government money, they're going to say, we want you to achieve these things. And so they're an addition. You know, the government might want to have something like, I want to see all the kids in school or whatever it is. But that's just one thing within a collective which is connected to a target population that it naturally serves. And it may have completely separate overall objectives about raising the mana and the waiora of these families, with ideas about them moving their lives onto better courses, and that's what they're there for. One of the things they're doing, if they want government money, is, well, tick off some objectives which you have to get the money. So this is not about deconcentrating the state. It is about a passage of power out of the centre to these organisations. And that's why it's complicated to get right. And if you make a mistake, you don't get the trust you need to get the collaborative behaviours that you want.
Thanks. Max, I'm going to ask you, or address a question to you on social investment. Is it worth the privacy that must be sacrificed? And then I'd like to follow up with you, Rachel, and you know, talk about from the perspective of families and communities, what makes early intervention feel supportive rather than intrusive. So, Max, would you like to make some comments on you know, privacy, giving up privacy to achieve these objectives? What's the trade-off?
I think in a way Rachel might be better placed to address that than me. I mean, I would just say, I mean, when you're dealing with things like the integrated data infrastructure, I mean, privacy is built into it. People aren't identifiable through it. So I would hope that there are ways to manage that. I wonder if I might sort of pick up on a point that Graham was making, which interests me about social investment. I totally agree that a lot can be done just by improving the way that contracting happens. I mean, I talk to NGOs who say, look, the Social Investment Agency could just take the 35 contracts we have with government and sort of pare them down to 2 or 3. That alone would actually be quite transformative, and I'm all for that. But if we're going to do more joined up contracting, if we're going to sort of get out all these siloed pots of money, and people are going to be able to access these streams of funding that come from lots of different government departments, how is that actually going to happen? Does the Social Investment Agency become this new super procurer that is in charge of handing out any pot of money that is basically a wicked problem that is multifactorial, that crosses lots of different government agency boundaries? If so, how then does the Social Investment Agency interact with the rest of government? I mean, on one level, this is a very sort of policy wonk question, but an awful lot of initiatives within government have come crashing to a halt because of boundary disputes between different government agencies. So for me, that's a big question that's in the air. But I think on the privacy stuff, Rachel, you might have a better take on that.
But I'm actually, because I'm looking at the clock as well, so I'm actually going to give Rachel the opportunity to do a wrap-up comment, and she can wrap in the privacy into that as well. But I guess the wrap-up comment that I'd like from each of our panellists is, given this topic, you know, the small country, big choices, the next 5 to 10 years, what's the single most important choice that New Zealand needs to make about social investment? So Rachel, you're welcome to talk about privacy and support at first, but then, you know, what's your take on the most important choice that New Zealand needs to make in this area of social investment to see us through the next 5, 10 years? And then we'll give Max and Graham the chance to wrap up on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Look, I will just be brief on the privacy issue, because I think, to me, that's already the answer. Goes back to trust and high trust relationships. When people trust us with their information, they're more likely to engage. When they engage with us, we get better insight. We can use that insight to invest better and then get better outcomes. And to me, the system we're operating in, the system has got to be trust. So that would be my response to thinking about privacy. In terms of thinking about the one thing. Look, I think social investment has so much opportunity if we can do it right, if we can do it alongside families and communities and not to them. And I think we have to learn from the mistakes of the past and not repeat them. And I also think we need courage and leadership and people in positions who do hold the power at the moment to be brave and courageous and to do that on behalf of those families and communities who are often invisible in the data or in the system. And I think that is what's needed for this next season as we make some big choices in our country.
Max, the most important thing from your perspective, single thing?
I think I'll just offer a twist on the point that I made at the outset. I think a really important thing for social investment is to be clear about the direction of causality of social problems. We had a great session earlier on NCEA and reform, and a point that was sort of hovering in the air and was partially made, but could have been made more fully, is that very little of what affects children's results at school happens within the school gates. When you look at the meta-reviews and the evidence, variation in school marks, about 20% of it is explained by what happens within schools. Most of the rest is socioeconomic status, and a lot of that is poverty and people not having the income and the security and the housing and the wealth that they need. And so sometimes in the social investment debate, you get people saying, well, look, we've identified these risk factors, you know, and they're about contact with oranga tamariki, and they're about contact with the justice system and spells on benefits. And these are the causal factors we need to address. I think very often lying behind that is a deeper causal factor, and that is poverty. And we always have to keep that front and centre.
Max, Graham, a final comment from...
Just quickly, the one thing would just come through very clearly here. We know how to do most of this, but getting community commissioning right requires clever politics, really clever thinking about what's the nature of these relationships that can be described as high trust. What does that actually mean? It doesn't mean just give us the money and let us do it. What it means is a mutual trust, different channels of trust, different ways in which trust expressed itself. And we've got to figure out how to do that, but there are working models out there. But you've got to get this data thing right. Otherwise, you run enormous risks to trust. Just a small technical point, because the SIA has been so concerned to incubate the fund, it has given some people a concern that this is an Uber, I think as Max described it, some Uber procurement. In other words, the solution to a whole lot of government departments with vertical lines of accountability is to create another one that's also vertical lines of accountability over the top of what you've already got. And it will fail if that's what it is. The success of this lies out there in these communities with a much better relationship with the state and a much deeper response to the people you're trying to help. And this will require the SIA to shift its function to being a central agency and making that work, which you're only really just getting into.
So it's been a very rich discussion and I think there's quite a lot of synchronisation between where we've ended up, but some very different perspectives that each of our panellists bring, that I thank them for that very much. Small country, finite resources. It depends not only what works in something like social investment, but we've also got to do what people believe is fair and empowering, and, you know, to quote Rachel, let's be brave and let's be courageous. So thank you very much to our panellists for the very rich discussion, and I'm sorry we ran out of time for all of those questions, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. And I think a lot of agreement there that social investment has promise, but it's not a Swiss Army knife. It can't solve every problem. And the better, Max, we get at defining the problem, specificity, the more likely we are to succeed. I'd like to invite, he's already here, Stephen Joyce onto the stage, into a chair for the final panel of the day before we finish up. We've saved the best till last. Trade and security, or trade versus security. Does trade trump security, America or China, and can we have both? And I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. So, Stephen, over to you. Everybody take a seat. This is the last panel, guys, and then we'll be closing up and letting you all head off. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't trust the university like that. No.
Well, kia ora, everyone. Good afternoon. We're now into the final session of the forum, and what a fantastic forum it's been. And this is the sunny, upbeat session on the state of the world. And it's a very optimistic time in the world, I think, is what our panel's going to come up with. Perhaps not, we'll see. I want to introduce our panel to you. At the far end, a gentleman called Major General John Howard, who perhaps doesn't have as big a profile as the other two speakers at the forum, but John has had 40 years in the New Zealand Army. He's been deeply involved in intelligence, not just here, but with Five Eyes and in the US. So he is representing the security side of this discussion, I think, very ably. The highlight I picked out of his resume is he was New Zealand's first Chief of Defence Intelligence, and then subsequently, I think, spent time in the US with Five Eyes as well, which we'll come to. But thank you, John, for being here. Next to him, Rosemary Banks, who's been a wonderful career public servant at MFAT, including not one but two stints as our ambassador to the United States. And it's great to have Rosemary here. And she probably represents foreign affairs in this group. And then over to my immediate left is a gentleman whose life has been trade, I think, and needs no introduction. He was Minister of Trade in the Key government, where I think he spent almost his entire time on a plane. But he's also been an ambassador to the US for New Zealand since that time. So we have two US ambassadors and somebody who's been deeply involved in the US. So I dare say the US will come up at some point of the discussion. Folks, thank you very much for being here. The title is Trade versus Security, and does trade trump security? Before we get to that specific question, could I start with a quick thumbnail sketch from each of you on the state of you see the international environment? Because for most people in this room, it looks pretty messy. So can I start with you, John, perhaps? A little bit of context, how are we looking at the moment?
Certainly. Kia ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And a little bit of background to add context. So I am not a serving officer. I do not represent the New Zealand Defence Force or the Minister of Defence. And I'm going to be as frank as I am well known for inside the organisation. My first 25 years of service was operational from Bosnia through to Afghanistan Today I want to talk about my time as Chief of Defence Intelligence into the Five Eyes community. So I'm not comfortable in the public domain with that, and everything I'll say will be unclassified. And I know we've got, thankfully, media in the audience, and we live in a democracy, which I'm proud of. I did spend 3 years as a Deputy Director at the US Defence Intelligence Agency. That's not New Zealand DIA. 17,000 analysts, a large machine. You'll only find one picture of me doing something there. So we talked about social media. This is my first outing, as it were. So my view of the world, my assessment as we see it today, we should not be surprised, nor should we be shocked. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine in early 22 was not a shock. It was indicated as actions 10 years earlier and as posturing and political manoeuvring well before. In my world, if you're shocked, then someone has not done their job in your planning process. What I would say from a foundational baseline, the era of multilateralism as we know it, effective or not for the foreseeable future, is not something that we as a small nation can rely on. There's a deduction there. Secondly, the US is no longer the trusted, predictable actor that it has been for the last 80 years. And I don't think it will be for some time, if at all in our lifetime. So how then might our largest trading partner and others who seek trade advantage, diplomatic and information advantage view us as a small nation? What will it mean for our national health, wealth and security? And I'm conscious to talk about defence and security. Sometimes we just say defence. It's defence in my mind and security, and it's not a percentage discussion, and I'd really like to talk about that later. And thirdly, as a small island nation, we find ourselves to be strategically adrift in a rising tide of increasing volatility, complexity, uncertainty and ambiguity, with no strategy other than hope, with only the lightest touch of leadership on the strategic tiller, lacking the leadership and vision to drive us forward, not just today and tomorrow, but through what we know and clearly can see on the strategic horizon beyond the election in November. I'm going to pause there.
Well, I think that's a very good start. There's a bit to go on there. Rosemary, you have the perspective of the time that you've had in the service. How does this time compare to any other period that you've been involved?
Well, in the assessment that John's just given, he probably hasn't left me much to say about the state of the world, but I think I'd have to say that I haven't seen a time which has been so hostile, really, to New Zealand's interests, or so volatile or so unpredictable. I think we thought, all of us, when we think back to the first Trump administration, that things had changed, but it really has changed now in a much more significant way. Some of you are probably familiar with Ian Bremmer, who runs the Eurasia Group, a really insightful analyst of the US system. He runs every year a big forecast of global risks, and in the 2026 outlook, he identified the US as a major source of global risk in this coming year. And, you know, for us, obviously the US relationship, for many reasons, still remains, as it always has been throughout my career, very important, not always easy to manage, and we've been through our ups and downs. But certainly our old friend is behaving very differently in ways that I think we're still coming to terms with. And a big risk that I see for us, which is kind of new in my career, is that we've got a choice between sort of disappearing and becoming irrelevant, or how we manage this newly changed global environment.
Thanks, Rosemary. Tim, putting a trade lens on it, we've done incredibly well over the years with the multilateral system. Small country trading with the world, everybody follows the rules more or less. This is not what we're looking at now, is it?
I'm going to start with Mark Carney's headline from that brilliant speech, which I, along with many other analysts, I think it's a very conventional view, consider is the most important political speech in many a year on the geopolitical economy, when he said, this is not a transition, we're facing a rupture. Mm-hmm. But a rupture, as I've argued on one or two recent occasions in the media, like a rupture of a dam, doesn't mean the dam has collapsed.
Right.
It doesn't mean, excuse me, that the water is now flooding through, causing mass destruction. So we need to take this very seriously. But the key point I want to give the audience here is that when I say only the United States, it's almost a ludicrous state to say only when it's 25% of global GDP and has been, as both John and Rosemary have pointed out, the essential enforcer of the rules-based system. But they are the only country amongst the major developed countries that is moving in this direction. All the other major economies, Japan, the whole of the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, they all support the rules-based system. And I think that's a very important qualification to a completely pessimistic view of this. The second thing I'd say is that if there is any country in the developed world that actually understands deeply the implications of not having a rules-based system with respect to trade, I'm not talking about the security dimension, which I regard as ultimately the more important issue, it is New Zealand. And the reason for that, I mean, most of the people in the audience are not of a generation that remembers this, because our exports of goods are overwhelmingly agriculture.
Yes.
And until the end of the Uruguay round, there were no operationally effective rules on agricultural trade. And what happened? They bloody killed us every time the cattle cycle or the dairy politics went south. They cut off another piece of our limb. So we have lived in a system which, because of a fatal decision made by the American system in 1947, not to apply the core disciplines of the then GATT to agriculture trade, we had to live in a period of 30 years after the accession of the UK to the then EEC, now the EU, without operationally effective rules. Now, as a result of this, I mean, I don't know whether I want to expand at this point, but my view is that New Zealand has put in place and I say this with enormous respect for what successive Labour governments have done too. I see David in the audience over there. Both Labour and national-led governments, and I've been a negotiator for them both as an official, have put in place a series of what I call an insurance policy, comprehensive network of things that reinforce our rights under the multilateral trading system. And now it's time to cash that insurance policy in. Right. So it's not a completely pessimistic view at all.
Right. Okay. Let's, before we go on then, just talk about America for a minute, because it's been a massive change in approach. And, you know, there's those of us that scratch our heads and say, well, you know, America created this system for a reason. And it was a good reason, post-World War II. And now we look at the state of the US and it's sort of tearing it up, right? I suppose with the three of you having spent so much time in the US, you'd have a view as to what's driving that. I mean, on the surface it's Donald Trump, but of course he gets elected and everything like that. So what is it in the American psyche which is creating the situation that we're in today? Perhaps, Rosemary, if we start with you, explain to us how this has all happened.
Now, I wish I could totally explain it, but let me have a crack at it and we'll all have a go. I think one of the things that's changed in the American outlook is their sense of confidence about their role in the world. That seems to have changed. I first went to the United States to work at the UN in New York in 1983. So this was a period when Ronald Reagan was there, and he was sort of, it was the city on the hill. It was a period of confidence. It was a period when the United States was still dominant in every respect. In more recent times, you can see a sense of anxiety in the population, anxiety about the future, about what their role should be globally, about how they're going to deal with AI. We've talked about a number of the issues that are on American minds. They're on our minds too. But this all sort of plays into this kind of recalibration of the global role that the Trump administration is now doing. And I think there's a really big question of where that goes in future. There's a wonderful saying in French about happiness is what you recognise as it goes out the door. And I think looking back, we can kind of feel a little twang of nostalgia, of regret for the world that we've left, it seems. And I think, you know, as Tim said, Prime Minister Carney's speech made a very clear sort of point about that. But you know, what I've said doesn't entirely explain this sort of retreat from the multilateral system, because admittedly the US, over all of the decades that I've been involved, and I was permanent representative at the UN in New York as well in the past, the US, like the other members of the Security Council, have always used the United Nations system selectively, and I'll leave Tim to comment on the trade system. But I don't think we've really seen them withdraw to this extent. The first Trump administration was also very multilateral skeptic. They resent the fact that their kind of global power is constrained. They sort of see it like, you know, the little guys trying to tie down Gulliver. But I think we're a little too close to this to work out some of the root causes.
The US has always had an isolationist streak, though, hasn't it? I mean,
yes.
There's always been that. And I wonder, John, whether that sort of explains it, whether we're seeing a sort of, you know, a reassertion of this thing, which is, you know, it's about America first. It's not about, you know, no, late for the First World War, late for the Second World War, all that sort of stuff. Do you see that in the US?
In some respects, and one should never be surprised when a nation does what is in its own interest first.
Yeah.
It's just we may not be used to the Americans doing it directly and overtly in that manner. Our great-grandparents in the First World War would often say the Americans came late, and our grandparents would say the same thing in World War II. They had clear beliefs of where their national interest was and what they were trying to do internally. Since the end of World War II, we've had an 80-year holiday from human history, in my mind. We've been able to step back from what was before, where war and conflict after the Westphalia Treaty was a very different process. Now we've got an administration that is very clear and has been elected on a mandate of some very deliberate outcomes. So it doesn't surprise me that the administration is seeking to change the way things occur. The process is not what we might like, but that's not our process. And the shock, as people talk about it, you know, next week will be the Munich Security Conference. The Vice President last year spoke very clearly about their intentions to drive change, and the change resulted in NATO now spending 2% of GDP on defence. 5%. And then late last year, the Secretary General said 10% is what we need. So the energy that is now moving across what was that system is very different, but it's still in the US interest.
And turning to trade, Tim, I mean, the history of trade is, the much longer history is mercantilism, isn't it, than the rules-based system. So here we are. Are we heading, you know, properly back to mercantilism? I was talking to Jared Kerr on the stage yesterday, and he was a bit more sort of, he was a little bit more relaxed about everything. But, I mean, there's been lots of talk about high levels of tariffs, but they haven't really come through. What's your thoughts? Is the rules-based system able to be resurrected?
Well, I mean, I think this goes back to my core point about us having, through this really extensive network of other agreements with the EU, the UK, the UAE, China, the whole of ASEAN, we have got rules in place to govern us that sit above the multilateral trading system. The second point I'd say, which again is consistent with Jared's more, you know, not panicking sort of approach, is that it's estimated that still 70% of global trade is still dependent on what negotiators around the world use the French word acquis, meaning in literally acquired, meaning the commitments that were put together by 8 successful GATT rounds and incorporated within the WTO, that still supports 70% of world trade. So it's a serious problem, but it's not collapse. People that talk around, you know, the collapse of the whole system are way ahead of the play. Now, with respect to the origins of this, I'm not going to give you a history lesson here, but there is a very famous cliche that was used by negotiators in the Uruguay round called the bicycle theory of international trade. The bicycle theory of international trade, which says international trade policy is like a bicycle stopping at the lights. You can hold it in place for a certain amount of time, but sooner or later, it's got to either move forward or it will slip backwards. And I say this obviously with the benefit of hindsight. I didn't see it at the time. It is now clear that the WTO has been a classic example of the excellent being the enemy of the good. Vast overreach. It has been essentially a failure. It has done nothing in 30 years to add in any significant way to the acquis, the acquired commitments of the system, rested entirely on the laurels of agreements that were negotiated at least 30 years ago. Now, this is very important to understanding why the Obama administration, well before we'd heard of Trump as anything other than a game show host, started to move away from that system by I won't describe the process, it's very technical around the appellate body, which is this, and again, a big mistake to try and pretend you could have the Supreme Court of the international trading system overriding, say, the US Senate, a big political error of overreach. So this started before Trump's come into play, and has now just got progressively worse and worse and worse. So that's where we are. And we need to now take steps, along with our friends, allies, and partners, to reinforce the acquis that remains in place, that is still a huge degree of support for our trading structures.
Before we get a bit further onto what we should do, I just want to get a sense from many of you, but I'll start with John. A lot of people talk about parallels in history, which I know is dangerous and fraught, because some things are similar and some things clearly aren't. But is there a parallel in history to the times we're in today, do we think? If you look back, because I presume you've studied world security and so on over a long time, is there a parallel?
For me, I go straight to the Colonels' Revolt pre-World War II in the late 1930s, where 4 colonels spoke to the government of the day in a public manner that was unacceptable, declaring a lack of preparation, a lack of readiness for an obvious threat that was coming. They were, of course, removed. One was subsequently rehired, and then we had 5 years of World War. I'm not suggesting we're going to have 5 years of World War, but the strategic naivety of what's coming and what those threat, risks and opportunity are, in my mind, is replicated now.
Around the world?
Globally. Okay, and for New Zealand, the view that we had at that stage of the world, where we traded primarily in one direction, and we hadn't thought about the what if, what next, and how might we move, and the technologies that we were not grasping. I think there are clear, in my mind, waypoints that indicate.
What about you, Rosemary? Do you think there's a historic parallel here?
I'm going to answer your question with a different point. I just want to go back to, Tim said a little moment ago he didn't want to give a history lesson, but I want to just bring a little bit of interesting history on the trade side, because, what we saw last year with the tariffs that were imposed on so-called Liberation Day, and then, of course, increased on us to 15% at the end of July, we saw that run roughshod over even those countries who had free trade agreements. And, of course, in our trade history, we've had several attempts to get a free trade agreement with the United States. And one of the things that's totally forgotten, although I'm sure Tim remembers it, is that the very first time we actually asked the US to think about a special trade arrangement with New Zealand was in 1877. Premier Fox wrote to the US consul, who at that time was based in Dunedin, and suggested that it would be to the benefit of both of our countries if we would have a special arrangement that would facilitate the export of wool. And he magnanimously even suggested that perhaps this could be done with Australia. We came back to the charge in the late 1930s and had another run at it, to the extent that the Prime Minister of the day even got an audience with Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the White House. But then the Second World War intervened. But fortunately, we had Tim come along much later and drive a huge diversification of our trade agreements. So we've managed to survive without an FTA with the US all of these now centuries. Anyway, that's my little digression into history.
That's pretty good, though.
I would just add on to the history. Somebody may not know this. When I was, well, the title is ludicrous foreign policy advisor to the Prime Minister. I was really a note taker, but technically I was foreign policy advisor to Muldoon at, a very young age. And as if Muldoon would ever accept advice from anyone, certainly not a 30-year-old. And then I carried on that job with David Lange when he became the Prime Minister. And I remember with David, at the very beginning when things were starting to get ugly on the ANZUS front, I persuaded David very easily to allow me to write a strategy paper proposing an FTA with the United States, because the Americans had just initiated the first ever FTA that they had ever entered into. It was with Israel. And I saw an ouverture, an opening for us. It crashed because of the ANZUS thing. But, we've been trying for, as Rosemary points out, well over a century, and I think we're going to get one soon.
Well, it sounds like the Americans have always been suspicious then a bit of FTAs, if that's our history. I mean, they've done some, but actually they've always then been...
The reason why they changed their policy in 1982 was actually the opposite. It was they were so determined to preserve the principle of MFN that they were opposed to all FTAs. But it was actually from a trade liberalisation respect for international law, so they've moved a long way.
Yes. So let's come to our approach now. And John, you hinted before that you don't think we've taken a strategic view as a country. So let's explore that a little bit. What do you think, in this world that we're in, what do we need to be doing and what aren't we doing in terms of taking a strategic approach?
All right, so we've heard previous speakers talk about risk and understanding what's coming towards us, being able to navigate the complexity that is clearly relevant to everybody in the audience in the previous panels. We have our own national security strategy, signed by Cabinet the 4th of August, 23. Since then, there are no other supporting strategies anchored off that from a national security point of view. There are agency policies and there are some agency department strategies. But the issues that have been raised in previous panels about cross-cutting agency boundaries, we live in the information age, not the industrial age. So when a health problem appears, it's the Ministry of Health. Well, clearly, those days are gone. We need to be able to move in an agile, adaptive manner with a national security system that is actually focused and allowed to exercise contingency planning. And the contingency planning, ideally, should be, as we see in other mature nations, a private-public sector relationship. In other Western countries, members of industry will be given a national security clearance and invited in for strategic discussions. And then risks, as we see at the moment on the National Risk Register that we heard about before, 28 risks. If you read the National Risk Register, in my view, they're events. An earthquake is not an event, not a risk, it's an event. We live on the joint of tectonic plates. Where is the risk against our health, wealth, and national security and interest? And actually working out how we might exercise that at the national level and how we might use the technologies that we have in our own nation. And we had previous speakers talking about data. In my mind, data is the oil of pre-crisis, crisis, conflict, and war, as it is the data of industry. When you can identify, locate, process, exploit, and disseminate data at the speed of technology and mission, you are better informed, your decision cycle speeds up, and therefore your reaction and action cycle speeds up. Other nations practice these things and do it regularly at the national level. We would benefit if we were able to actually see what we know is coming so that we don't have a shock.
I wonder though, one of the reasons we don't do that is we don't say the quiet stuff out loud, because we're fearful of offending larger people.
And we hope is not a strategy. There's a book written on that, and there's a lot of experience on it. I think there is still a naivety around, let's talk about what can go bump in the night, and then turn on the lights and see if it actually is what went bump.
What do you think, Rosemary? Is that an important element? I mean, I look at, one of the things that, and we need to talk about it soon, is the whole sort of perceived China-US trade-off. Now, if we were having a panel here 10 years ago, it would have been all about who has served as an ambassador to China. because that was the way we were facing at the time and trying to understand, partly because we were taking the US relationship was settled. But now we're here, and our biggest trading partner is China. Our biggest security partner has been the US. Are we at the point where we actually have to say the quiet bit out loud, which is, how do we manage it if we're forced to make a choice?
Yeah, I don't think this is new. I mean, I think actually we've been straddling this quite difficult divide for quite some time.
Yes.
You know, at a certain point, once the free trade agreement with China really kicked in and we started to get the full benefit from it, we were already in that position where, for the first time in our history, our strongest trade relationship was not with our strongest, with a partner that we were totally of the same kind of worldview or set of values with. And so, you know, we've had to manage that. I mean, I think there's a little too much made of this business about having to choose. You know, let's face it, China is also the top trading partner for the US. You know, every country virtually is having to manage this difference of where the weight of a trade relationship sits and where other dimensions of a bilateral relationship sit. What do you think, Tim?
Well, I think you're 100% correct. And to capture your point, I've often used the metaphor that, you know, if you want to play in the circus, as we do, you've got to learn to ride two horses at once.
Yeah.
And absolutely, as you say, successive New Zealand governments over the last 20 years have been extremely adept at riding those two horses at once. The only qualification I would add to that, because that's the general picture and it's 100% correct, is that there are certain specific situations where the horses are not tethered together and we have to make a choice about which we're going to jump on. And in my view, perhaps reflecting my own centrist sort of views, but centre-right views, it'll always be the United States. Now, I'm looking beyond Trump when I say this.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'll give you a classic example of it instead of talking in generalities. When it comes, Peter Beck, founder of Rocket Lab, came into my office just before I finished my stint as Minister of Trade and said, I'm going bankrupt. And I said, well, what's the problem? He said, the problem is US export controls. And I learned from him then, that I didn't realize this, that US export controls are also controls over very, very sensitive people and what they can contribute to other countries. So I went off to Washington shortly thereafter and met this wonderful US official, Dr. Rose Gottemuller, who later became Deputy Secretary General of NATO, a wonderful person. And of course, you know, we couldn't negotiate anything with them. We had nothing to offer them other than the Pentagon's strong interest in Peter's project, because I went to Michael Fay's island to see, by the way...
That's when it was large sky rockets.
It was Michael Fay, it wasn't Epstein's island, okay? and as we know, Michael Fay is beyond reproach, okay? So I went to see her and I said, look, I can't propose a negotiation. That'd be ludicrous. We understand that missiles that have got a capacity to fly 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers lie at the heart of some of the most sensitive US security concerns. But could we perhaps set up a process where we get some genuine US experts and a few New Zealanders to work with them and see if we could put a creative option in front of you, Rose? And to her immense credit, she unleashed this process. It even ended up a year later with me when I was ambassador up there, signing a formal agreement between New Zealand and the United States. But it has very strict controls over conversing with certain other people in it. So there are going to be occasions, given our ongoing security relationship, forgetting all the stuff that happened 40 years ago, where we will have to decide which horse we will climb on, when they go too far apart, and that will always be the American horse in the rest of my lifetime, I imagine.
Okay, well, let's talk then briefly about probably the most likely possible flag on that, which is the Taiwan Strait. And I don't know the likelihood of that. John, you probably have a better understanding than the rest of us. But if the balloon went up, is that the point, John, you think, that we would have to make a choice?
So there's been no end of analytical work on the One China policy and the reclamation of Taiwan under a PLA activity. Exercises conducted in the Taiwanese Strait late last year showed an indication and a capability. If we're being very clear around this, there are now 3 aircraft carriers afloat inside the first island chain, with a 4th one launching this year. Those capabilities are built for a clear outcome. They're not built to deliver humanitarian aid and assistance. What would happen if a naval blockade went in? Because we would see this happen in stages. The naval blockade would cause trade movement problems. At some stage, we would have to think about what that meant for our trade into the South China Sea and the East China Sea. And that would also be a discussion with our friends in Seoul and in Tokyo and Hawaii, and the rest of the world would be very anxious because we bleed very quickly into the Malacca Straits and Singapore with all sorts of issues. The requirement to make a deliberate national decision, and we're talking about big decisions for a small nation. My experience from a combat operator is at the tactical level, you choose your course quickly and move quickly. At an operational level, you pause and think about second, third order effects. At a strategic level, you keep every option open until you are forced to move. From a defence and security point of view, the discussion on the world stage, and bearing in mind that the Secretary General of NATO came into our region last year and said the threat that they see comes from here. This is an organisation designed to defeat Soviet Russia. It's a very different complex challenge, which I think is occupying a lot of strategic thought across not just our little nation, but all of our neighbours. I haven't answered it in, perhaps I'm becoming a politician, am I? I now need to think.
That's very good. I want to change tack a little bit now, conscious of time. One of the recent developments for us internationally is the proposed Indian FTA and the announced Indian FTA. I just want a quick take from the three of you as to how important that is, because there's been some natural enough domestic politics. It's announced an election year, lots of noise around it, and of course it's like most trade agreements, and one of the most frustrating things for politicians is you can't say what's actually in it until you can, and all those niceties. How important is it to New Zealand's security and trade and foreign affairs future to have that FTA? Start with you, Tim.
Well, I think refused 5 media interviews on this question because it's become part of the domestic arm wrestle between the coalition parties. But I'm looking at it from, a global...
Rise above it, Tim.
Rising above it, as one can when you've left
You've left the arena, so you're now
left the bear pit of
down upon
Parliament,
it.
you can be very distinguished. It's very important, but it's just another piece in this chain of agreements that provides New Zealand additional opportunities and security. And it is really intriguing. I mean, we have been trying to do this damn thing since 2007. When I went up as opposition spokesperson, Phil Goff was the minister, at the invitation of Kamal Nath, the Indian Commerce Minister, whom I was very friendly with because of my earlier roles, and came back and negotiated a set of principles. I reminded Kamal Nath at the end of the negotiation, look, I'm not actually the trade minister, I'm his opponent. So I went back and gave Taha McPherson, Phil's private secretary, the principles I negotiated. And Phil started the negotiation. And John Key and I put a huge emphasis on it, and it came to nothing because all countries failed to negotiate with India up until around about 2020, because India was such a deeply protectionist country. But India's begun to move. And I think it started with the Australians successfully negotiating. 17% of Australian exports go to India. For us, I think it's around about 1.5 billion. I think it's around about 2% or something like this. But India is beginning to move. And India is already just knocking on Germany's door as the third largest economy. I think it's very important we get a toehold in there to protect us for anything against discrimination against New Zealand when other countries like Australia have got a deal.
And Rosemary, in your view, could it be as big for us as the China FTA was for the last 15 years?
I think so. I mean, I totally agree with Tim. This is hugely important, but also for the sort of strategic messaging, because, you know, what we've done so successfully, well, again, hats off to Tim, has been to diversify since way back, you know, since 1961, when the UK, huge market for us, decided to go into the European community. But it's now, because we have to be prepared for a changed trade environment as well as a changed political or geostrategic environment, really important that we use every opportunity to embed ourselves even more securely in the Indo-Pacific. And so I think, quite apart from the economic and the trade opportunities out of this free trade agreement with India, it's also a really important sort of geostrategic positioning. And while we've been incredibly nimble and creative on the trade side at diversifying over the last 30 years, we haven't done so well in terms of embedding ourselves in the architecture of the Indo-Pacific. We've done less well on that, on the sort of security and defence side, as others like the Australians or others, and this is more John's patch, but, you know, we've got some catch-up to do there. All comes back to, yes, this is a good development.
John, where does the relationship with India fit in geopolitically from our perspective, do you think? I mean, India's, it's a big nation. It's always had a bob each way, really, if you think about it, in the world. Is it part of our strategic architecture in the next 20 years?
I think we're probably part of their strategic architecture. So to ignore the geography of India would be remiss. The mere fact that the Americans turned their Pacific Command from Pacific Command to Indo-Pacific Command is a very clear geopolitical statement. Obama's first overseas travel was to India, what they called the pivot, and what that meant from a US point of view signals all sorts of things. To ignore a nation that we have such close relationships over many years. I mean, our soldiers, sailors and airmen have served together on multiple United Nations missions. We've served under and alongside Indian leadership in a range of UN missions. They share place on the world stage where we can hopefully reclaim some of this rules-based international order. But we should do so, as we should in any other environment, understanding what might be the security challenges as we move forward.
Tim, you mentioned that India was very protectionist for a long time. I think that's right. I'm sort of picking up a comment that Rosemary made earlier about the US, but do you think that potentially part of the reason it's open to FTAs now and is doing these deals is actually down to an increase in confidence in its place in the world and its growth and those sorts of things?
Oh, I'm sure that's at the heart of it. And the question is, how far will this go and how ambitious will they be? Arvind Subramanian, a brilliant Indian economist who's, I think, chief economist at the IMF, has written a very intriguing article on this in this week's Economist, if you people want to follow up in detail on your question, in which he's arguing this is the moment India now needs to move into manufacturing. It has got a unique opportunity with its labor force. It's got the relationship with the United States that China doesn't have. And the first step is to move in a more pro-trade direction. So, I mean, read the article. It puts it much better than I have today in a short sentence or two. I think, I mean, there's still going to be huge opposition of all issues, dairy. Because what we have to understand about dairy is, first of all, New Zealand is the world's largest dairy exporter, but we're only 3% of global production. India is the world's largest dairy producer. But there are, in the largest state of India, Uttar Pradesh, there are literally 200 million people, and they produce the same volume of milk as 8,000 New Zealand dairy farms produce. So they are vastly inefficient. It's peasant agriculture of the most primitive type. I don't think we can expect that to open up for us in any substantial way. But on global manufacturing, I think this is a really intriguing thing to watch.
Okay. And not least because, you know, the Indians are fearful, and I remember this from when I went there, of just having the city swamped by people leaving the farms. I mean, the cities are already swamped as they've grown. Look, apology to everybody in the room who's sent questions on Slido. For some reason, my Slido's finally not working at all, so I've got no idea what your questions are. Maybe somebody will be able to fix that up. But I'm trying to ask what I anticipate your questions to be anyway. Carney's speech, can we come back to that? And in particular, his comment about the middle powers working together. How realistic is that? And obviously, we're not a middle power, we're a little fella. How do we participate, and should we try and it obviously brings in Australia quite quickly, right? Because they are a middle power. So how does all that fit together, and what's our role in that, and does it change our relationship with Australia in any meaningful way? Perhaps, Rosemary, start with you.
Well, I think our relationship with Australia changed, you know, when Trump came back for the second time, to be honest. I think it actually caused us both to really reassess how important our trans-Tasman relationship was. Not that we were ever in any doubt about that. But I think, you know, the sort of call to greater coordination amongst middle powers that Prime Minister Carney has made just reminds us that we do have to attach to the middle powers that are friendly to us and that we're allied with, in the case of Australia, and try to keep ourselves relevant and afloat in that way. I mentioned at the beginning, you know, there's a real risk in this newly hostile international environment that we just do come adrift, or that we just become irrelevant. I think, you know, we can certainly do our best to protect our own interests by shoring up those relationships, but also in our wider Indo-Pacific area. We've already done it with ASEANs, with this government's been particularly, you know, reaching out to strengthen those relationships, special relationship with Singapore. We've already got very well-developed connections to Japan, Korea. But I think the importance of the Carney speech is that it kind of gave a psychological boost to everybody to think, okay, yeah, we can do something different. It's a different world.
John, what's your thoughts? You obviously got views on the Australian relationship generally. Is it time to strengthen it further? What's the deal?
I totally agree with what Rosemary said. The relationship with our Anzac brothers and sisters, in my mind, and I consider myself an Anzac, having gone ashore into East Timor and other locations with my Australian mates. That's a bond that we should always reinforce for a whole lot of reasons. And I think the Canadian PM speech was exceptional, an exceptional clarion call for a range of reasons. As we, and as a previous speaker said, in our small waka, look to steer into this weather, we should not ignore our neighbours to the north, i.e. those Southwest Pacific nations with whom I think we can bond and do other things as well. A raft together attached to a bigger flotilla produces a better strategic effect.
Because it feels like we have to look bigger,
yeah,
by being part of something bigger.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Tim in a slightly different way. There's always been talk of a sort of three-way relationship, New Zealand, Australia, Singapore. It's popped up at different points. Is that something that we should be pushing out of? And I know we're a little bit at Australia's beck and call in that respect, but is there something we should be doing in our corner, to John's point, which strengthens us trade-wise and defence-wise and security-wise?
Well, I think there's a very specific thing that needs to be upgraded, and that was mentioned in Mark Carney's brilliant speech, and that is this dialogue between the 39 countries of the European Union and the 39 countries in total of European Union plus the Trans-Pacific Partnership countries.
Yes.
Collectively, they are 2.5 times the size of the United States in world trade. I've been arguing this now internationally for a year and a half, and I've made 3 or 4 presentations quite recently to international conferences. And they've actually endorsed the concept. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the Commission, endorsed it, as did our Prime Minister, as did Keir Starmer, and Mark Carney has now raised this. My argument, and I'm communication with various people around the world on this, is you need to lead the political profile. You know, and I've actually quoted a John Key test to them, explained who John was, that you may remember, which was, John would say to us from time to time, look, I can understand only up to a certain point what you, the Minister of Transport, you, the Minister of Agriculture, are doing. But if I don't see it reflected eventually in the media, it hasn't happened. So technically, the dialogue has started. There was a meeting in Melbourne on the 20th of November last year of the countries concerned, and they issued a communique that, as a WTO, TECO, I wouldn't disagree with a single goddamn word in it, but it's politically invisible. It was never even, I searched through ChatGPT and through Gemini, there was no mention of it in The Economist, the Financial Times, or the Wall Street Journal, which means by the John Key test, it hasn't happened.
Yes.
And this is where we need to lift the political profile, because if I just quickly complete the thought here, one of the biggest mistakes we can make is to assume that we have forever lost the United States, not to the existing rules-based system. That's gone. I understand that in terms of the trading system. They'll never come back and knock on the door of the WTO and say, sorry, we left, can we come back in again? No. But have we lost the United States forever to a slightly modulated rules-based system? Now, I don't know the answer to that, but it would be a dangerous strategic mistake to wash that away as a scenario. And that's where this has to start, outside the WTO, in this grouping, to offer a future president, because Trump is beyond reach, a future president. What about this system that your allies, friends and partners have put together?
But then Rosemary, to Tim's point though, the Europeans are nodding, but we're not seeing a massive amount of visibility on that. Do you think, from your networks, does this TPP EU is it real at this point, or actually do we have a lot of work to do?
Sorry, the question?
Or do you think it's actually has a chance of becoming a strategic partnership between Europe and the...
Yeah, I think it's got real potential. I think it will go somewhere, yes. Yeah, because I think everybody's seeing what new connections they can make. And the Europeans are also looking at what does the world look like for them and where do they need to make new connections. I mean, they've just done a deal with Mercosur, I think.
Well, there's a job for the new government. Just before we close, whoever wins at the end of the year, just before we close, I just want to ask John about rare earth minerals. The Americans are making a lot of noise about it. How real is that as both an opportunity for New Zealand and a risk if we don't play the game with the rare earth minerals?
Oh, yes.
Yep. What's your sense on that?
So it's a really good issue. So currently China mines just over 60% of rare earth elements and processes over 90% of rare earth elements. Those rare earth elements are fundamentally required for modern information technology systems, guidance systems, gyros, stabilizers, magnets, everything that allows aircrafts and ships, trade and warships to maneuver. Those things are clearly important to the US. Project Vault, which is the US project to secure rare earth elements, have seen significant deals with Australia, Canada, I think there's 2 other nations in Southeast Asia. We have those here in New Zealand. We have a range of rare earth elements, and gold today trades at over 5,000 US an ounce. My grandfather drove the Grey River dredge up the Grey Valley during World War II. That gold sits in the US Gold Reserve and paid for the Singapore wharfs as part of a defence and strategic deal. If we want to look at productivity and cost, then why would we not be thinking about what that means and who we might like to share that with and how?
It sounds like it is real and important. We have to wrap up. I'm sorry. Any final closing comments if they're really short?
If I could, real short, for my brothers and sisters that still serve our nation in uniform, and we spoke about superannuation, the cost of defence is not a percentage for a ship or a tank or a plane. You send us overseas, you break us, you bend us, we come home. Think about the cost of deployment and recovery and support to our veterans, and the discussion then is a mission cost is not that simple equation. We need to think differently about defence strategically, defence and security, which means our intelligence service and our diplomats when we send them in harm's way. For those that make those decisions, we can do better.
Okay, thank you. Rosemary, any last?
I'm just feeling really guilty that one of the really important aspects of our relationships and our security is our relationships with our Pacific Island neighbours. We haven't even discussed that.
No.
So I just put that on the table as, you know, another thing we need to think about in this changed world.
Tim, last word.
I think we have got a very settled policy on external linkages, which successive New Zealand governments of both sides of the fence have followed in the last 45 years. And the most important thing is carry on London, continue in this direction, because with that type of stable framework, which allows modulation for the centre-left and the centre-right, we have actually surmounted major challenges in the past, and I have every confidence that the next generation of New Zealanders can do the same, provided the political base for that still exists.
Thank you very much to all three of you. As you know, as you can see, we could have done at least another hour to touch on some of the other topics, but it's been a fantastic panel. To the panellists who brought all this experience to the table and given us the opportunity to look in. Thank you very, very much for being here. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think you deserve a prize as the last panel of the day for keeping the audience, and myself included, absolutely spellbound by that panel. So thank you. And if there were a prize, not that I want to objectify John, but if there were a prize for the best footwear on panel, it would certainly be John with those cowboy boots. They're fabulous. So we've come to the end of the proceedings. I'm going to ask Jen, the Pro Vice-Chancellor, to come in and close the proceedings. But I just want to say a few words myself. It's been a fascinating couple of days. In my adult life, I cannot remember a time or a moment as dramatic as this in the world. And I feel like we have covered the important and difficult choices we have ahead of us. And I think it was John who also said, hope is not a strategy, but neither is a conference. And out of this conference, I think Brad said at some point, we have to prioritise and do the best things first, and we have to do them rapidly because we are on something of a burning platform. And Rosemary's warning, we may become irrelevant and disappear if we don't adapt. So what we do after this conference is everything. And the two things I take away from it, one is the political stability in our country in this very volatile world, but also the importance not of consensus across policy, but of joined up policies. You cannot talk about trade and security without talking about the global situation. You cannot talk about immigration without talking about regional policy and treaty obligations. You can't talk about productivity without talking about our infrastructure policy, our AI national strategy. There was a challenge thrown down to have an AI national strategy. You can't talk about superannuation without talking about health. These are all connected. And we are in election year, so my final quote for the day, for the last 2 days, it was from British pollster Michael Ashcroft, who many of you will know. He said, if an election is an exam, voters will set the question. Parties that choose to answer a different question will be marked accordingly. Kia ora. Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful couple of days.
Thank you, Josie. Big choices for a small nation was where we started this conversation, and I think, well, at least I hope you will all agree we've had some very good conversations about those things. It's not the role of this forum to propose solutions or to identify metrics that might tell us we're on our way to solutions, although I think we've heard some views proffered forward about some things that will work and not work. However, I did think we reached one completely clear metric about the silver tsunami, the superannuation debate, which is that we must solve this before Brad Olsen gets within spitting distance of retirement. So I look forward to the politicians and the policymakers taking on that challenge. The other takeaway that I want to just leave you with, thank you Marcel for the words, is not to get caught up in the tyranny of averages. So yes, we have a productivity problem, but we don't have a productivity problem everywhere. And that is true for all of our challenges. We have pockets where we do well, where we do really, really well, and we need to double down on this. And that's important, I think, as we go forward, because sometimes when we look into big choices, we get hopeless and helpless, and that doesn't take us forward. The second thing that struck me was the criticality of leadership at this time, and in particular leaders who can handle the duality of leadership, which is to hold two completely opposite points of view in your head and your hands and your heart at the same time. To be able to be bold, visionary and brave, with pragmatic, politically astute and with a fair degree of low cunning. To make unpopular decisions, to face down your critics, to hold the course, and to listen intently to others and pivot when you need to. And most importantly, to maintain your humility and a low personal ego at the same time as a driving will to make change. That's the sort of leadership we need in our communities, in our businesses, and in our nations. And I'm heartened by the fact that I see a lot of those leaders here today. It only remains for me to thank a number of people, our speakers, our panellists, moderators, and all the participants. Thank you so much. Our wonderful MC, Josie Pagani, you were amazing. The organising team led by Paula Sutton, just fantastic team, so well done. And finally, our sponsors and partners whose support means so much. IAG, Craigs, RCP and The Post. Thank you all so much for coming. Ngā mihi nui and travel safe home. Thank you.
Are you ready to lead in today's dynamic business world? Introducing the new one-year Master of Technology Innovation in Business. This program integrates technology and business, culminating in a practical real-world internship. Elevate your career with the Master of Technology Innovation in Business. Enroll now